What's going on, guys? We're here in FreedomRPG, and I'm here today to kind of introduce my latest creation in the new update for FreedomRPG. That is the world building UI, and I have created an entire campaign based on Fallout New Vegas, and I'm not going to go into the full scope of it. By the end of next weekend, I'm going to put out a video that kind of goes into more in-depth edited video regarding all the content that's available. But just to speak on it briefly, I'll put it this way: if you were to type out all of the content available in this campaign in double space 12-point font, it would be well over 500 pages. And we're talking about all relevant lore from Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout New Vegas that's relevant for this area. Hidden in terminals, conversations, the recordings, audio recordings. I can't remember the name for those for some reason, but it's there if you want to look for it. If you don't care, you can just ignore it. And it includes all of the choices made by the courier in a canon warehouse 1 in New Vegas, and this is 15 years later. And the campaign is fully realized all the way from Goodsprings to the Lucky 38, both sides of the road, I-15 going straight north, and all the way around the long way. And you will be amazed at the amount of content that's been put into this campaign. And without further ado here, we're actually going to get started. And as you can see here, we're starting in Goodsprings. And Goodsprings has leveled up quite a bit over the last 15 years. We're not going to go too deep into it. We're going to let the game speak for itself. And we'll start kind of here at the top. I've already created my character. That's another thing we can go through in a second video. Character creation. This game is like Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, kind of, except better realized. It takes a good build to make it through the game. And there's many paths that you can take. But you can't put together a bad build, and the AI will greatly help you with that. The best thing to do is just kind of describe it to it and have it help you with the stat part, and it'll come out a lot faster than my slow, meticulous math build here. But the year is 2296. We're in the Mojave Wasteland. You don't come back slowly. But one moment there's nothing. No dreams, no dark, no sense of time passing. The next, a ceiling. Cracked plaster, a fluorescent tube flickering overhead. The low, insistent hum of something locked around your left forearm. The smell hits you before anything else. Antiseptic, rust, old wood baked for decades in desert heat. You're on a surgical table in a one-room clinic somewhere that smells like dust and diesel. Your mouth is dry. Your memory stops cleanly, like a cut wire, at a point 72 hours ago that you can't quite reach. A woman in a faded lab coat is writing in a worn leather journal 3 feet away. She hasn't looked up. Doc Weaver has run the only clinic in Goodsprings for 11 years. She has seen caravan guards, prospectors, NCR deserters, and 3 separate men who all claim to be the same dead ranger. She's not easily impressed. Good. You're not dead. She still doesn't look up. You look down at your left forearm. The bracer is brushed steel. Pre-war manufacture. No visible seam. No release mechanism. It is biometrically locked to your pulse. Its cracked display glows with 2 pieces of information. A countdown, 13 days, 21 hours. a directional arrow pulsing steadily, pointing east. Weaver set something on the table beside you without looking, a folded note, blood-stained, creased like it was sewn into a lining and cut out with scalpel. Do not go north. The strip is compromised. Follow the bracer to the eastern relay. Inside the note, a holotape, encrypted. She doesn't have a reader. She tells you what she knows, which isn't much. 3 days ago, a caravan, the eastbound Meridian, Vegas Prim Circuit, was found wiped out 2 miles east of town. Every guard dead. Cargo missing. You were lying in the road. No ID, no caps, no wounds that explain the gap in your memory. The bracer, she tried to remove it during the night. Couldn't. It's keyed to your pulse. Whatever's inside it, the display suggests a window 14 days from when it locked on. She doesn't know what happens when the window closes. She suspects the answer is east. I've got a stim pack and 2 days of meals I can put on credit. Everything else, weapon, rations, gear for the road, you'll need to earn. Town has its own problems right now. She closes the journal, looks at you for the first time. The road east is dangerous and you have nothing. People here have work that pays. I suggest you start there. Outside, Goodsprings hums with its particular brand of hard-scrabble tension. A Brahmin baron named Silas Montgomery. Here's his picture. And here's Doc Weaver's picture. A Brahmin baron named Silas Montgomery has been in town 3 days with 4 armed mercenaries and a plan. A militia captain named Sunny Smiles. You'll recognize her from the original game, older now. Sunny Smiles has a cave full of night stalkers and a missing scout. A former caravan guard named Caleb hasn't moved from his stool at the Prospector Saloon since his brother disappeared. The bracer hums against your skin. The timer ticks. The arrow holds steady, pointing east toward Prim, toward Nipton, toward whatever is waiting at the end of the line. Someone locked something inside this bracer, something that needs you, specifically, to open it. Someone else sent mercenaries to make sure you never arrived. You don't know yet which of those someone else's knows you survived. Okay, so guys, just before we move on, if you haven't registered yet for Freedom RPG, look at the pinned comment in the live stream, in the description, or if you're watching this on YouTube later, of course, in the comment section below. And I'll just talk a little bit about my character. We'll go into character creation sometime later. You can make it very easy on yourself again by just kind of describing your overall identity to the AI and letting it do the stats for you. That's the easiest way. So here's the Doc's lab here. My character class, the structure is an emergent class structure. That means there's hundreds of different classes that you could be, but you don't pick it. It emerges from your choices, and it is a 1-2 word reflection of your build choices throughout, all the way up to max level. So again, that's a tree with hundreds of emergent class titles. So this guy's special stats are strength 1. Or no, that was early. That was way before my rebuild. Because my original build sucked, and I wasn't going to be able to get anything cool. Okay, maybe this is it. Strength 1, Perception 1, Endurance 4, Charisma 4, Intelligence 6, Agility 6, Luck 6. So, heavy on Intelligence, Agility, Luck, pretty high on Charisma. Not so high, though, I guess. Higher than strength and perception. The emergent class that came out was Silver-Tongued Fixer. The guy has ranks in speech, science, and repair skill. I may put out some... I may figure out all the best builds and, you know, put those out, too, so that you can add them easier. You choose your background while building your build. It kind of gives you a faction starting, you know, a contact within a faction. I got the Fangraphs here because my background is from the outer Vegas. I chose the Fangraphs as my contact, so they've contracted me for various jobs and they trust me. That's all you basically get from your background, and that and the syndicates in the outer Vegas, I'm accepted by them if I were to try to get a job through one of the, you know, syndicates that vie for power in outer Vegas. They would accept me. The house / New Vegas neutral. Goodsprings settlement unknown. We just met them. So let's go on to see what it says after you create your character. Guy's name is Mick Ronan. Here's his picture. You've already seen it. He comes together fast once the gap starts filling in. Not memory exactly, just certainty. The name, Mick Ronan. The particular ache in your jaw from a beard you've had long enough to forget you're wearing it. The reflexive way your eyes go to the room's exits. The wiring in the walls. The make of Doc Weaver's ancient terminal in the corner. Old habits from getting paid too well by people who'd kill you for less than a bad theorem. Doc Weaver has been watching you think it through. She doesn't ask what you remembered. She's seen enough people back from worse gaps to know better than to poke at the seam. You've got that look, figured something out. She nods once at the bracer, then at the door. Whatever it is, it's not going to pay for a caravan seat east. Town's outside. So is your first problem. Probably several of them, if I know Goodsprings this week. She goes back to her journal, done with the conversation, but not with you. The kind of dismissal that means the door's open when you're ready. Not before? Okay. So we did some out-of-character talk so I could customize my layout a little bit. And now... Well, she already told me about the caravan wreck, and she doesn't seem much for conversation, so I am going to go ahead and step outside into Goodsprings. Not really. You know, I mean, it's there... Freedom, it's there if you want to know about it. You know, it's a medium that you could learn that information if you wanted to, you know, but it doesn't reflect on the actual story here. The story is self-contained. It's just that the world would naturally contain all that information. It should, you know, because that's where Fallout 1, Fallout 2 has effects on this area. And that's the reason for it. Not because you have to know about it in any way to, like, follow this story. This is all self-contained here. Yeah. But if you wanted to learn even about the choices made in New Vegas, you could. All you need to know, though, is your character's own background. You know? And you can ask the AI to help you with any of that stuff. It gives you a list, a 10-point list for your background. Things you can choose, and you can ask questions about anything. When it comes time to give your skills, just say, hey, what's the full list of skills? What's a full list of skills that are relevant for like the build? I started with my special stats. Whatever, however you want to phrase it. It'll show all the skills, it'll show whatever relevant skills you want to see. What's my full perk choice list? Right? It'll display it right there. And to make it easy, you don't have to like brain it all out. The AI is very helpful in creating your character. And like I said, the best thing to do is just kind of describe yourself as a person and then let the AI establish decent stats because it knows the campaign really well, obviously, right? And it's gonna, the more important thing is letting the, either making sure you have a good build or letting the AI guide you in making a good build. That's more important than knowing the lore. The lore's there for fun because there's the people who love this kind of game are nerds like me, and they love lore dumps. And you know, I'll sit here and watch videos for 4 or 5 hours that are just about lore of various, you know, worlds. So that's why all this is here, because it's too important to not be here in this world. The clinic door sticks, thing gives, and the heat comes at you like something opening its mouth. Late morning. The square is paved. Actually paved, cracked but level. And there are people on it. A boy driving 4 big corners past the schoolhouse with a switch. 2 women arguing over a crate of tubers. The Joshua trees along the road throw shadows like broken hands. Somewhere behind the saloon, a generator is running rough, missing every 9th beat. Nice. Hey, I can fix that. And your ear catches it before your eye catches anything at all. This is all brand new content, obviously. As soon as you put your character in, it immediately leaves the opening message that I put into it. We're on fresh content now. The bracer picks up a degree of warmth in the sun. Of course, all of it's guided. You know what I mean? It's guided by the over 500 pages of campaign lore, notes, rules, characters. The arrow pulses east. This bracer is pointing us east instead of north, which would be the direct path to New Vegas, which is no longer Deathclaw territory, but rather Securitron patrol territory. East, past the schoolhouse, past the trees, past everything. Toward Prim, if you remember. But again, you don't have to know that. Nearest to you, at the market end. A stall built from 3 atmospheric condensers and a plank counter. The woman behind it has gray hair, shorn to nothing and forearms scarred pale, and she's standing with both palms flat on the plank like she's holding the stall down. A man in clean combat armor stands at her counter, not leaning, not looming, shotgun slung and pointed at the dirt. He has a sheaf of papers in one hand, and he's speaking at controversial volume. And he isn't hurrying. Reuben Osler. Okay, controversial volume, huh? He's got some combat armor on, it looks like. Bet. I'm not asking you to sell anything. It's a supply note. You keep the condensers, you keep the stall, you keep the whole works.
Evening.
Bet Cordray. She looks tough. Then why does it need signing? Paperwork. Same reason your middle unit's been cycling wrong 6 days and nobody's come out to look at it. Because things go unattended when there's no arrangement in place. Her mouth flattens. She doesn't answer that. He sets the papers on the counter, squares the edges with 2 fingers, and steps back half a pace, hands loose and open at his sides. Nothing about it could be described as a threat by anyone who wasn't standing here. He noticed you. He clocked you the second the clinic door banged. You saw the eyes flick, and then he went straight back to what he was doing, the way you looked past furniture. Behind you, closer than you expected, someone says, "You're the one they scraped off the road." Bet hasn't taken her hands off the plank. She's talking to you across 20 feet of open square, loud enough for the whole market to hear. And there's nothing friendly in it. Just a woman who has decided that being looked at is worse than being watched. Well, you want water? Or you want to stand there? Alright, yeah, I do want some water, I think. I woke up with a dry mouth. I think water is going to be my first, whatever the Anslow's hierarchy of needs or whatever it's called. Maybe I got the name wrong. I'm far from self-actualization. You cross the square and put your elbows on the plank counter like a man who's done it 1,000 times, because you have. Water. 4 caps, 2 bottles. Don't have change for anything clever. You count 4 out of the pouch. Darkweaver returned to you. Bet takes them without looking at them, drops them in a tin, and bends to the crate under the counter. 2 glass bottles. Condenser cold. Not bad. Okay, I'll take it. Beat it already in the heat. Alright, we better drink our first one fast if we want it cold. 3 feet from your left hand, the papers sit squared on the plank where Osler left them. Face up. Nobody's hiding anything, because hiding things is what makes them into evidence. Montgomery Trade Consortium. Exclusive supply undertaking. You get most of the rest of it upside down and sideways. And I'm going to tell you this too, guys. Look, every single location in this place is like meticulously crafted with an overarching quest and like 3 side quests inside of each major settlement. So including Goodsprings, where you start here. There's a overarching quest that will decide your favor with that settlement, like your reputation with them, just like in the game, except it's much more complex with different endings for everything. And so again, register below, guys. Jump in the Discord. You have to go to the Discord to find this. Go to the Discord and then go to the shared worlds, and then it's right there near the top. You get most of the rest of it upside down and sideways, whatever that means. Oh, okay. Undersigned agrees to supply all... Oh, the letter. Undersigned agrees to supply all potable output to consortium factor at agreed rate. Oh, man. Exclusive supply undertaking. Okay, that makes sense. Blank line for the rate. Blank line for the term. Blank line for the signature, and beneath it, in a smaller hand, and to refer all third-party purchase inquiries to the consortium factor. Which means the town buys its water from him at whatever number he writes into that blank forever. And under it all, right there where you're standing, the sound. The middle condenser's compressor kicks in with a short choked whine, holds for 2 seconds, and dies back out. Comes on again 11 seconds later and does exactly the same thing. Not a burnt motor, not a seal. That's a start capacitor with nothing left in it. You could hear it from the clinic door. And you know what it costs to fix? And the answer is nearly nothing. Yeah, not what this guy's charging for his water, I'm sure. Osler waits until you've straightened up with a bottle in each hand. You're the one off the meridian. It's not a question. And it's said pleasantly. And he doesn't offer a hand. Bad luck. Bad road, that stretch. Bet's hands go flat on the plank again. Man in your position, no caps, no papers. My employer takes on skilled help. Ask anybody, we pay same day. He picks up his sheaf, taps the edges square against his palm, and doesn't put it back down. Think about it while you drink that. Bet'll tell you what it's worth to have somebody who comes when you call. He inclines his head to her, genuinely courteous, the way you'd nod to a landlady, and walks off toward the schoolhouse without hurrying. Okay, yeah. He sees stuff like this go down every day, or every week at least, in Outer Vegas, I'm sure. He knows exactly what's going on here. Bet stands there. The compressor whines, chokes, and quits again. Don't. She still hasn't looked up. Whatever you're about to say about my machine, don't. Say nothing. Alright, fine, I won't say nothing. Just fix it. Let's just fix it. Come on, roll the dice, Freedom. Okay, success right off the bat. That's what I'm talking about. First roll of the campaign is a success. Action, repair the middle condenser start capacitor. Skill, repair 2. Intelligence modifier, -2. -2 equals -2. What is that all about? I don't know. Circumstance, +2. Fault already correctly diagnosed by ear. Science. I think it's really strict about the modifiers. So like -2 is actually pretty good. Yeah, that's how that is. It's really strict about that. So like most people have an extreme negative to everything is the idea. So like if you had 1 intelligence trying to repair that, you'd got like -14. You just can't do it. You don't say anything. Okay, I'll handle that at the end here. You don't say anything. You set both bottles on the counter, walk around the end of the plank, and crouch at the middle unit. Her tool roll is hanging off the frame where anyone would keep it. You take a driver out of it without asking. Hey! 4 screws. The access panel comes off and hangs on its wire. Inside, it's beautifully done. Somebody's ugly, patient, 20-year work. Coils rewound by hand. Every splice soldered rather than twisted. Whoever built this was better than the parts she had. The capacitor is a fat little cylinder wired across the motor leads, and its end has dumbed out like a blister. Dead. It's been dead a while. You go through her spares tin. Nothing. You go through the tin again, slower, and find a compressor unit off some dead refrigerator that she's been keeping for the copper, and it has a capacitor in it. And it is the wrong rating by about 15%, and 15% is fine. Cut, strip, twist, because there's no iron hot, tape, panel on, 4 screws. The compressor comes on with a low, even hum and stays on. You wipe your hands on your thigh. Not bad. I like that. I'm going to make sure that we show our experience points bar, though, and make sure we do experience for skill checks. I don't know why that's lost, but it's okay. I'll deal with it later. Bet looks at the machine for a long moment. Then she opens the tin, counts caps out onto the plank in stacks of 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, and pushes them across. Don't argue. 40 caps now. I don't argue. I'll take it. 10 minutes worth of work? You don't. Down the row, the 2 women who were fighting over tubers have stopped fighting over tubers. The boy with the big corners is watching from the road. Nobody's making a thing of it, but it's a small square, and the middle condenser has been screaming at everyone in this market for 6 days, and now it isn't. Bet puts the tin away. When she speaks again, her voice is pitched low enough that it's only for you. Second day he came, he told me the road up to my catchment gets soft after a rain. Said he'd hate to see a delivery cart go over. She squares the edge of the plank with 2 fingers, the same gesture Osler made with his papers, and she doesn't seem to know she's doing it. It hasn't rained since March. She looks at the still on your forearm. The hum, she's been hearing it this whole time. I'll say it loud to whoever, Trudy, the whole town, don't care. A pause. But I'm not the only stall he's been at, and the others are going to sign. And once they've signed, nobody's word means anything. Okay. I'll do a little bit of out of character work before I type my own message here. Add a bar for XP and make sure to grant experience for successful skill checks. Easy as that to make a slight modification in not only the UI but the whole framework here. And it might have already added the XP but just not shown it. So yeah, exactly. Now that I've shown that I can fix things, I offer to fix the other stalls to protect against the exclusive trade invasion. And I'm going to step away to get a drink really quick. Alright, so we immediately fumbled on the next roll to determine why Trask's mill belt actually failed. Because you got to roll good on everything here. 1 die 20 plus 0 at level 1. That's realistic. Okay, you put the empty bottle on her counter.
Alright, so we immediately fumbled on the next roll.
You put the empty bottle on the counter. Who else is broken? Bet's head comes up. That's his whole trick. Nobody comes when things break, so he sells you a man who comes. Take away the broken and there's nothing to sell. She thinks about it for 2 seconds. Autoless Trask, Mill Shed, North End. Belt went 4 days ago, and she's got tubers rotting in crates. Ivor Quill's smokehouse generator's been dead a beat. Ivor signed yesterday. Then Trask first. The mill shed is open, and then we rolled a 1. Great job, man. The mill shed is open on 2 sides. Roofed in corrugate and hot as a mouth. Odorless Trask is up to her elbows in a crate of tubers, sorting the ones that have gone soft into a pile that is bigger than the pile that hasn't. Flour, dust, and rot in the same lungful. She talks the whole time you're looking. Belt went. She can't source belt stock. She's had 2 people look at it. Everybody says the same thing. She's got 3 days, maybe 2, and Montgomery's man walked past twice this morning. Twice. And just said good morning. And how she's supposed to... You crouch under the... That's funny. That was a funny cutoff. You crouch under the drive housing. It's dim in there. Corrugate roof, no lamp, and your eyes have never been much good. Yeah, because he's got these icy blue eyes over here, which are sensitive to sunlight, if you don't know that. You got the severed end of the belt between your fingers and run your thumb along it. Fibrous, ragged, worn through. Where? Nothing sinister. Get me a strap and it all. Okay. I still was able to say something, I guess. She gets you both in under a minute, and half the north end of the market comes to lean on the shed post and watch. Because word travels about 150 feet in a town this size. And Bet's condenser is still humming behind you. You cut a scarf joint into a length of Brahmin harness, punch it, lace it, and bring the belt around the pulleys. It's honest work. It'll hold a year. With a fumble roll, or was that to determine what was truly wrong with it? Maybe we didn't really have to replace the belt. It could have been easier. Crank it. Autoless throws a lever. The motor spins up, the belt slips, screams across the drive pulley, slaps twice, and flings itself off into the dirt. Oh no, we ruined it. The motor keeps howling into nothing until she kills it. Somebody at the shed post makes a small noise. The belt is fine. Your splice is fine. Oh yeah, because I didn't figure out what was actually wrong with it. You put your hand up into the housing and find the tensioner arm swinging free on its bracket, and the hole where a shoulder pin should go. And no pin. No pin in the housing. Okay, so we learned it, but we had to destroy the whole thing first, so now it's going to be harder to repair. That's good. Fell forward on a fumble roll. No pin in the housing, no pin in the dirt, no pin anywhere. A pin doesn't fall out. A pin gets taken out. Which means the belt didn't wear through either. You said the word wear out loud in front of 9 people in a town that hasn't decided about you yet. Otis is looking at the belt on the ground, so it's the same as before. Okay. She wipes her hands on the smock slow. That's fine. That's fine. I'm signing tomorrow anyway. Odalus Trask has an incredibly realistic dialogue. Alright, we got one chance. We got one chance to get our reputation back. Come on, improvise a pin from a bolt. Let's do it. We gotta get something in there. Now that we know what it is, shouldn't be that hard. Come on. Another one. Oh, I rolled 2. Come on, man. Oh, it's hard, man. Oh, I hurt myself. I literally hurt myself. I rolled so bad. Oh, man, I'm going to be walking east. Be walking east before this intro is over. You go through her scrap bin on your knees, bolts mostly, the fat kind that come off fence brackets, galvanized, 60 years old. Nice, 60-year-old bolts. This will do nicely. You find one at the right diameter, put it in her bench vise, and take the threads off the shank with a file, working slow because the collar has to be smooth, or it rides in the bracket, or it'll bind. It takes 20 minutes. Nobody leaves. The shed is very quiet, except for the file. You seat it, it goes home clean. You spin the tensioner arm, and it swings sweet and true. Crank it. Oh no, this is when the mill runs. It runs for maybe 40 seconds. Long enough for Autolus to laugh. One sharp bark of a laugh, long enough for somebody at the post to say something to somebody else. And then the pin shears. Crack. Oh man, the tensioner arm lets go. The belt goes slack and then very much not slack, and the loose end comes around and catches you across the left forearm above the bracer. Oh man, almost got the bracer. It lays the leather open and the skin under it. You get your hand back and there's blood running down into your palm, and the motor is screaming again, and Odalus kills it. Galvanized fence bolt, mild still, too soft. You knew that when you picked it up out of the bin, and you picked it up anyway because it was the only thing in there at the right diameter. It's fine. It isn't especially fine. That's funny verbiage sometimes. I like it. You wrap it in the ruined sleeve. That's a nasty one. Reuben Osler. Yeah, too bad I don't have combat armor, huh, Reuben? Say, you wouldn't want to part with that, would you? He's at the open side of the shed. Been there some while, by the look of him. Shotgun slung at the dirt, hat off in the shade like a man at a funeral. The crowd opens for him without anyone deciding to. You want the doc to look at that. Belt will put grease in a wound, and you won't like what grows. To Autolus, gently. Autolus, how much of the crate's gone? half, half. He says it like the number personally grieves him. Then he goes into his left coat pocket and he takes out a pen and he holds it up between two fingers where the whole shed can see it. He's got her pen in his hand. What a... He's just showing it to everyone? Whoa, man, what a punk. Still, ground collar, 3/8 shoulder pin, hardened exactly the part that is missing from that bracket. Oh, he doesn't care at all, does he? Well, of course, he's got a combat armor on and a shotgun. We're all just, you know, radio repair guys and water clerks. So, he doesn't care if we know that he took the pin. Carry a few, never know. Okay, he's going to play it like that. He puts it in her palm and folds her fingers over it. He does it kindly, and his voice doesn't change at all. No charge. That's just neighbors. He nods to you on the way past. No triumph in it. None. He genuinely wishes you'd got it. And then to the crowd generally, and walks out into the sun. The pen is in Odalis' hands. Papers are in his coat. 9 people saw a man from out of town open his own arm on a mill he couldn't fix, and then saw Montgomery's man hand over the part for free. Bet Cordry is standing at the shed post with her arms crossed, and she's the only one in here, looking at the door he went out of instead of at you. Yep. Fit his pin in. That should be a much easier roll. As I replace his pin, which is hopefully much easier. No reason. I make a sly comment. Had the exact part we needed. Imagine that. You know what they say. The wasteland provides. That's a common idiom in Fallout lore, where if sometimes randomly like supernatural lucky things happen, like the mysterious stranger, for example, and like things falling over in place to like make something very oddly specific happen, you know. Man, we failed again. We failed again. Oh, I guess not that bad. Goodness gracious. The good pin goes in like it was made for the hole because it was. I mean, how can you fail to put in the right part? Goodness gracious, my boy. You seat it one-handed, the other arm bound up in your own sleeve and dripping slow onto the dirt. And while you're doing it, you say it to the housing rather than to anyone. Exactly. That was what was going in my mind, too. Like I'm talking to the thing I'm fixing. At exactly the volume of a man talking to himself in front of 9 people. At the exact part we needed. Imagine that. You know what they say? The wasteland provides, which is kind of like a comic idiom, right? Because the wasteland is full of radiation, like destroyed nuclear. You know, it provides death for most everyone. Anyway, it gets a laugh. That's the trouble. It gets a good laugh. The fat one at the shed post actually slaps the wood because it's a funny line and because they want to laugh. They've been standing in a hot shed for an hour and a half, watching a stranger bleed on a mill. And what they hear in your voice is a man being gracious about getting shown up. Somebody says Wasteland provides back to somebody else on the way out, and they're both grinning. That lore piece is built in. Everything is. It has everything. I spent Nobody hears the knife. Just that little tiny lore piece about the idiom the Wasteland provides, that's here, buried deep in the engine. Nobody hears the knife. You put it right in the middle of the room, and the room walked around it. Oh, they don't hear it. They don't hear the idea that he had the right part at the right time. They don't realize that I'm saying he stole it. They're not clever enough, I guess. Oh well, crank it. Odalus throws the lever, the mill runs, it runs and keeps running, and the note settles into that low, even grind that means the tension's right. And the first of the tubers goes through and comes out the other side as something that will still be food in the month. She stands with her hand on the lever and her eyes shut for a second. 6 days. She's laughing a little badly. 6 days I've been... You want caps? I got caps. Take whatever. Keep it. Buy stock. Yeah. That is what I'd say after busting it up, flashing my hand, all that. I was just keep it, lady. I don't deserve to get paid. I'll get you a proper bandage at least. Sit down, sit. And then, still bright, still grateful, entirely without noticing what she's doing. And I've still got to sign in the morning, but at least I'll sign with a full store instead of a rotten one. Small mercies. She says it the way you'd mentioned the weather. She wasn't scared into it, not anymore. Oh, she's still gonna sign. Still gonna sign. He gave her the pin for free in front of the whole market, and now she'd feel like a thief not to. Yeah, I know, right? Outside, the light is going orange and long. Bet Cordry is waiting at the shed post, arms still crossed. She falls in beside you without asking. She doesn't say anything for about 30 feet. Oh, okay, I guess this is my new girlfriend, Goodsprings. We're just walking together, nothing else. Bet Cordry. He's got another one in that pocket. You look at her. Yeah, he took the other guy's pin too, huh? When he handed it over, something else went clicking there against his ring. She keeps her eyes on the road. I smell a little wasteland justice brewing here. Smell a little, you know, torch and pitchfork action going here. Silver tongue guy here. I think I can convince any people he's sabotaging their settlement. Maybe. Man doesn't carry two of a part nobody needs. Yeah, no kidding. Behind, yeah, he's just got every part in the universe in a bag of holding. That doesn't exist in this campaign. Behind you, the mill grinds on steady, and the whole north end of the market can hear it working. Okay, at least I fixed it. Find Osler and take the pocket. Oh, as in try to pickpocket it? I got a little bit of agility, but I don't have sneak skill and all that. Go see Ivor Quill's dead generator. He already signed. If this machine was killed the same way, one pin becomes a pattern. Yeah, no, that's what we do. That's what we do for sure. We verified the idea presented here by Bet. The idea that she thinks that he has another one stored in there. All right, let's go investigate Ivor Quill's dead generator and go see if it's got a pin missing too. The good news is we're quickly advancing toward level 2. We've already got 65 out of 200 experience. And we just messed around with some generators, so that's good. Oh, I gotta say, you might have to, like, spend some of your level ups on special stats. Maybe I should work with that a little. Wouldn't it be a shame if Ruben was robbed for his armor and shotgun? Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no kidding. Combat armor, shotgun. I could really use some combat armor and a shotgun. The smokehouse sits east of the square where the wind takes the smell away from everyone else. You hear it before you see it. Not the fires, the generator. It's running clean even. No hunt in it at all. The scrap-built thing bolted to a concrete pad under a lean-to, throwing exhaust up into the evening, and it sounds better than anything else mechanical in this town, including Bet's condensers. Bet stops on the path. She doesn't say anything. She's been in Goodsprings 30 years, and she stopped on a path she's walked 1,000 times. That was dead Thursday. He was carrying water up here in buckets to keep his brine cold. Ivor Quill comes around the side of the racks with a tray. He's an enormous sunburnt man in a scorched apron, bald as an egg. White beard cut square, and he starts talking about 15 feet before he arrives. What do you say, big guy? He's all, goodness gracious. He's, man, why can't I think of his name? I can't remember. Can't remember the guy's name now. If you remember the name of the guy he looks like. Type it below. Bet. Bet. You've got to take some of this. The shoulders come out perfect. I've overdone it. I've got more than the racks, and this is him. Is it? This is your waterman? Sit down, sit down. The pair of you, that arm wants looking at, and you'll not think straight, hungry. Nobody does. The tray is already coming at you. Sliced bighorner shoulder, still warm, glistening. He's got it under your nose before you've had a word. Nice. Could use some bighorner steak, that's for sure. And don't you dare tell me you've eaten. I can see you haven't. Yeah, I bet you know, don't you, buddy? Look at the color of you. Behind him, the generator hums. He hasn't looked at it once since he came around the racks. Not a glance. A man will look at his own machine the way he looks at a dog, without meaning to, 40 times an hour. And Ivor Quill is standing 8 feet from a generator he's spent a week without, and he is turned very slightly away from it. He's talking loudly about meat. Okay, he's already got a new, probably highly technical generator over here that someone else put there. Oh yeah. Eat first. I'm gonna cram his food down. I'm gonna watch him. Let him watch me eat every bite. Yeah, you like that, don't you? Nice. I got experience from eating. Nah, I'm just joking. I probably got experience from something that's thinking about here. Maybe I got experience from eating. Thank you. And then you sit down on the block by his fires and you eat. It's the first food you've had that didn't come out of Doc Weaver's pot. And it is extraordinary. Smoke all the way through. Fat rendered soft. Salt exactly right. Ivor watches you take the second piece with the naked pleasure of a man who has fed people for 40 years and never once got tired at the moment they stopped talking. Yeah, he's standing there just smiling, nodding, looking at me. He fills the space. He tells you about the wind and why the racks face the way they face. He tells you his wife Marta's chest has been bad since the spring and the smoke's no good for her, so she stays down the hill. He gets a bowl of brine and a clean cloth without being asked and unwraps your arm and cleans it out properly. Thumbs like shovels and hands like a surgeon. And Bet says nothing. And you say nothing. I like Ivor Quill already. He's a real helpful guy, isn't he? Behind him, the generator hums. You know, at this point, eating that meal, starting to think a little more rationally. Like, hey, maybe you guys might benefit from letting that guy upgrade your stuff if everything's broken. But then again, he's breaking their stuff. So yeah, that's a thing too. he wouldn't have needed the upgrade. But then again, the upgrade's pretty good. I don't know why he can't just sell an upgrade. You know, upsell and upgrade, man. Why you gotta be dirty? Anyway, Friday morning. Bet doesn't move. Fella I never saw before nor since. Come up the path about 6. Had a case with him. Wasn't an hour. Wouldn't take caps off me. I offered. I put them in his hand, and he gave them back. He's looking at the brine bowl. Week I sat here. Week. Carried water up in buckets to keep the brine cold. Lost 40 pounds of shoulder. Oh no. There's not a part in this county. That's what everybody said. There's not a part in this county. He puts the cloth down. I signed Thursday. Oh man, he got old good-hearted Ivor Quill. Locked him in. Nobody says anything. Yeah, how can you? Good-natured Ivor Quill over here. Naive, just letting the wasteland provide, you know. Out past the racks. The light's gone, the color of a hot coal, and the smoke is going up dead straight. Ivor. Don't. Loud, suddenly, the volume back up all at once and cracking on the second word. Don't you Ivor me, bet. Don't. 40 pound. Marta's medicine. You want me to tell you what I should have done? Go on, say it. I'll agree with you. She doesn't say it. He stands there breathing. Then he goes into the smokehouse office and comes back out with a folded paper, drops it on the block next to your tray without looking at either of you, and goes back to his racks. Starts turning meat that does not need turning. The countersigned copy, Montgomery seal. At the foot, 4 clauses. You've read 1.5 of them in the failing light. When you get to the third, and the third is not about water or grain or smoked bighorner at all. What's it about? Alright, clause 3. Should supply from the undersigned lapse for a continuous period of 30 days, the consortium factor shall hold right of first refusal upon the premises entire, at valuation determined by the factor. It isn't a supply contract. It never was. It's a mechanism for taking the buildings, and every stall on that square is one broken machine and 30 days away from signing their own doorstep over. Oh, I see. I mean, I built this game, I already knew that, but... And the man who fixes the machines... and the man who fixes the machines works for the man who holds the paper. What? She's watching your face. What is it? Disconnected? we'll let it. I'll let the developer know we're having some issues really quick. I need a break anyway. So let's look at this nice picture of New Vegas. I want to talk about New Vegas a little bit because after House 1, New Vegas proper basically absorbed Freeside because Freeside blew out as the expansion went, and so now the outer part around New Vegas, which before only had like raider bands and that one medical facility and the Crimson Caravan location and like the NCR outpost far to the west of that, remember that area? Now that's all civilized area. All of it is called Outer Vegas. It's all kind of like a much larger version of Freeside. And now the part that was Freeside before is now, well, not to give any spoilers, I guess, but it's like the slums of the strip now. And there's a lot of stuff going on there. To get even into the slums of the strip is still the same like harsh requirement. And but you're not entering straight into the luxury anymore. But the luxury is expounded, like the central strip, what I've deemed New Vegas proper in the background mechanism to help categorize things. I'm going to take a little break, guys. I'll be back. Okay, guys, we're back just like that. I want to read the clause 3 out loud to Bet. Let her know what's going on here. We're already halfway to level 2. That's really good. I was hoping that just make sure after you register with the link below, join the Discord, go to the shared world so that you can check out Fallout New Vegas, the aftermath. 15 years after the events close in the original game, with all choices made, all of them, and recorded here for you to learn if you want to. If you don't care, you don't have to know. All of the lore that's relevant to this area from Fallout 1, Fallout 2, all of it's here. All of the lore from Fallout New Vegas, all of it. Plus our additional 15 years of homebrew content. 15 years of lore, and then the campaign content, right? And I'm talking about 5 major factions, all with each of them have 4. Each major faction you can choose have 4 unique endings. That's 16 different major questline endings. 30 plus explorable locations. We're talking about 25 side quests, I think, maybe more, 27, including, see, most of those side quests and explorable locations are scaled to your level, but the vaults are not. The vaults are non-scaled endgame horrors. You go in there at a low level, you will die, and it will be a horrific death. You hold the paper up toward the last of the light coming through the shed door, because the ink is small and the sun is nearly gone, and you read it the way you'd read a wiring diagram out loud to somebody holding the other end of the wire. Clause 3. In the event the undersigned fails to deliver contracted supply for a continuous period of 30 days, the consortium shall acquire right of first refusal upon the premises, at valuation determined by the consortium's factor. You lower it. It isn't a trade note, Bet. It's a mortgage. They wrote where the payment is your machine breaking down. That doesn't say anything. Her jaw works once. Behind you, the racks tick and drip. Oh, so now our guy appears an employee in his own establishment. That sucks. Behind you, the racks tick and drip. Somewhere in the shed, the generator that shouldn't be running keeps on running. Smooth as a kept promise. 30 days. My middle unit was down 11 days in the spring. 11. And that was a good spring. She turns her head slowly toward the shed, toward the sound. They didn't pull Autolus's pen to make her sign. She'd already have signed. She was halfway there, scared. They pulled it to stop the mill. The long-handled fork goes down on the block. Ivor has stopped, pretending to meet. He is standing with his back to both of you, both hands flat on the block, and his shoulders have gone up around his ears like a man expecting a blow from behind. Read it again. The part where the premise is in it. Read that part again. I'm trying to mimic the guy that I can't remember his name, who this guy looks like. Please, somebody say the name. Like, if I wasn't trying to think of it, I would just know this person's name. "40 years I've cured meat in this building. 40. My father puts the west wall up. And that man came and fixed my pity for free, and I thanked him. I shook his hand at my own door. Please, somebody name that character. Who I'm thinking of. He looks just like him, don't he? Maybe my accent of him sucks. Bet crosses the packed dirt and stands beside him at the block. She doesn't touch him. She's known him 30 years, and she knows better than that. Ivor, don't. I'm not asking you tonight. I'm telling you what I'm going to ask you, so you've got the night to hate in it. He puts one scarred forearm across his eyes. The fires pop. Away west across the roofs, the square has gone the color of banked coal, and there are maybe 9 hours until first light. And Autolus Trask walking out to put her name on the same piece of paper, grateful, unafraid, and holding a pin that came out of Reuben Osler's left coat pocket. Why is she holding it when I put it in her thing? I don't know, guys. Okay, we'll see what Trudy. We'll see what the mayor thinks about the clause. About clause 3. It's important. Trudy will know what to do. We don't know that as a character, but we know that as a player because Trudy is very wise. I don't know. If you played New Vegas, you know that. She's the old bartender. She's now the mayor 15 years later. Guys, if you register for FreedomRPG using the link in the pinned comment, you get bonus credits. Use those to try out the Fallout New Vegas campaign. I like to play Silvertongue characters, honestly, but he's probably not the best build. I think that a character who's built for combat would obviously just be the best build. I mean, and what kind of combat? Now, that's actually highly versatile in the mechanics here. If you got tech powers, perk trees, the works. Okay, I guess this is Trudy's office, huh, as mayor? That makes sense. You fold the contract along its own creases and put it inside your leathers, and you tell Bet you're not waiting for morning. She looks at Ivor's back and at you and makes a decision she's clearly been circling since the word premises. Hmm. I'll walk you. She'll open the door faster with a face on it she's known 20 years. The square is dark by the time you cross it. One lit window. Okay, we're in Goodsprings at night here, with 145 experience points to our name. One lit window, long, low, yellow, the saloons. And the sound of a jukebox running down mid-song because nobody's cranked it. Inside, there's a man at the corner table with his hat off and a bottle he isn't finishing, who lifts his head when the door goes and puts it back down when you're not who he was hoping for. Here's Trudy, all grown up. Trudy is at the long table behind the bar with a ledger open and a pencil behind her ear. She's already looking at the door. She was looking at it before it opened. Ronan. Been hearing about you since noon. Cordry's Water, Traska's Mill. Heard that one twice. Yeah, I bet you did. 2 different ways. She doesn't offer a chair. Bet steps in, past you, and pulls one out anyway and sits in it, which is answer enough about who Bet is in this room, and Trudy's eyes track that and register it. It says nothing. You put Ivor Quill's countersigned copy on the table and turn it so it faces her. Oh, wow. Ivor's just letting us walk around with that, huh? She reads it the way you read the diagram, top to bottom, no skimming. You watch her get to clause 3. Her face does not change. What changes is her hand. I thought I had that volume turned down. Sorry, I got separate volumes. She reads it the way you read. Yeah, I already said that. At the factor's own valuation. Silence. The jukebox gives up entirely. 8 years I've watched him come at the water rights. The road, the caravan bonds, 8 years. He wasn't buying supply. He was buying the interval. She turns the page over. Finds nothing on the back. Turns it again. Who signed? Ivor. Thursday. Autolist signed. I can just hear her saying it that way. Tailing on it. Autolist signs at first light. She thinks she's thanking somebody. Trudy sits back. And then she pushes the contract 2 inches back across the table toward you, which is not what you expected. That's paper a grown man signed with his own hand, sober, at his own table. I walked it into Montgomery's camp tonight, and he stands in my square looking sorry for me and says the mayor is upset. The neighbor honored his word. And every soul watching will hear a woman who can't stand losing. I don't need the clause. I need Quill standing on a crate in front of the town saying out loud what it cost him. Cordry beside him. And it has to be before Trask makes 3. Because 3 signatures is a pattern of trade and 1 is a grievance. She looks at you properly for the first time. The flat, pricing look of somebody who has been lied to by better dressed men than you. So, before I put my boots on at 4 in the morning and wake this town up on your word, you came off a dead caravan yesterday with a machine locked to your arm and nothing in your pockets, and inside one day you're stood in my saloon holding the exact piece of paper I've wanted for 8 years. Who's paying you, Ronan? Tell her everything, the bracer, the meridian. Let Ben answer for you. Yeah, tell her everything. She's tough. I'm not gonna lie to her. Trudy's tough, man. Convince her that nobody's paying me. Oh, it's the truth. I'm convincing her of the truth. Ah, okay. Sorry, I thought it was like assuming I was doing a bluff. Sorry, there's another game I do that erroneously assumes that I'm using deception all the time when I'm really telling the truth, and I have to be like, yeah, I don't play that game anymore. You pull your left sleeve back to the elbow and lay the arm on her table, palm up, under the lamp. Nobody's paying me. Look at it. Brush steel, no seam, no keyhole. The hum is barely a sound at all. You feel it more than hear it, and so does the table. The cracked display throws its 2 facts up in green. A number that is smaller than it was this morning. Yeah. And an arrow that has never once wavered off east. 13 days and change on it. Weaver couldn't get it off. I can't get it off. I came in on the eastbound meridian, and everyone else on the caravan is lying 2 miles out past your cemetery. Before that, I took Van Graff money in Outer Vegas. Plasma theory, wiring, whatever they wanted looked at. That's not a nice thing to say in front of a mayor, but you asked. And if I tell you a clean story, you won't believe a word of it. Or if I tell you a clean story, you won't believe a word after it. Trudy does not touch the bracer. She leans in close enough that the green light catches under her chin, and she looks at it a long time. And what's on her face is not sympathy. It's a woman reading a cereal plate to see who made a thing. Van Graff. Van Graff. She sits back, picks the pencil up, turns it over once, puts it down again. If you don't know who Van Graff is, Van Graff is a dealer of very high-tech weapons. In New Vegas, they were the original game. They were in Freeside, and they were one of the big shops out there where you could buy like plasma and laser weapons. And so now they have expanded their territory greatly in Outer Vegas. But that's some insider info. She sits back, picks the pencil, turns it over once, puts it down again. Montgomery would never have told me that. That's the only reason I'm still listening. So you're not staying 13 days. Arrow points east. There's no version of this where you're still standing in my square when the dust settles, which means you've got no reason to be doing any of it. He fixed my compressor before he knew my name, Trudy. I know what he did. I'm asking why. She let that sit exactly as long as it needs to. Then, doesn't wait for it. She pushes back her chair, stands, and takes her sash off the peg behind her. Doesn't matter tonight. Here's where we are. I'll have the bell rung at 4. Cordry, you get Ivor Quill out of his bed and onto his feet, and if he won't come, you sit in his kitchen until he does. You're the only one who can, and we both know it. Bet is already standing. Ronan, Trask is yours. She walks out to that camp at first light and puts her name down, and it's 3. And 3 is a pattern of trade, and Montgomery gets to stand up in front of my town and be a businessman. She won't hear it from me. I'm the mayor. That's politics to her. It's got to be the man who fixed her meal. She works the sash over her head and settles it, and for a second, she looks less like an old woman in a saloon and more like something the town keeps in a case. Oh, the town keeps in case of emergencies. Oh, in a case for emergencies. I said it right there. So. One more thing and then go. That man Quill says fix his generator free the next morning. The one nobody's seen since. He didn't wander in. Somebody sent a repairman to his signature. You want to know who's paying anybody around here? That's the thread. Yeah, out through the front window, the square is black, and the wind has come up. 6 hours, maybe 7, until the light. At the corner table, the man with the untouched bottle has lifted his head again, and this time he keeps it up. He's been listening to every word. Yep, talk to the man at the corner table. Got to, obviously. We're so close to leveling up. I could have been more specific with my response, but a lot of times Freedom throws out pretty good options. So, just click it, keep reading. Sometimes I spice it up a little bit. Caleb. You cross to the corner table before Trudy reaches the door. He's younger than the 3 days in that chair made him look. Broad through the shoulders. A caravan coat with the company patch torn off it. A patchy beard that hasn't been decided about. The bottle in front of him is still half full and warm. Doesn't wait for you to sit. I leveled up. I'm gonna have it telling me about my level up, like my perk and stuff like that. I wonder if it's gonna have me choose that. Ost. Oh, he's telling us who the repairman is. Oh, okay. Your repairman. His name's Halder Ost. Trudy stops with her hand on the doorframe. Little fella, glasses mended with solder, canvas coat with the loops on it, carries a case about so big. Yeah, that's him, alright. His hands make a shape in the air and then don't know what to do with themselves. I don't know what to do with my hands. He's not a stranger. He's payroll. I walked beside that case for 11 months. You rode from Montgomery? Caravan guard, consortium colors, yeah. He says it flat, straight at her, and takes the look she gives him without ducking it. Like, what are you going to do about it? Oz goes out ahead of the factor 2-3 days before, sometimes after. He fixes what's broken. Won't take caps for it. That's the whole trick. He won't take caps. He gets offended if you push it. And he's got the part. He always has the part. Every single time. Already got the part. He looks down at the tabletop. When he starts again, his voice has gone somewhere thinner. Ferris Crossing. There was a man at his own gate, hands on the rail, and also stood there saying, "Sir, sir, nobody wants this." And I stood behind Osler with a shotgun and thought, well, that's a shame. That is. 2 days later, Oz came through and fixed the man's pump. 11 months. I never once asked him how he knew that what to bring. Bet has gone very still by the bar. Trudy comes back 3 steps into the room. Where is he now? Ahead of the factor. Always ahead. Whatever place is signing next, he's already there. Or he's walking there tonight. On that case of his, manifested. Every part, every serial. He keeps his chit book with the dates on it. A small, ugly laugh. Man's honest as daylight. That's the problem with him. Trudy looks at you for a long second. The same pricing look, aimed at a different thing now. Yeah, she's trying to see if I can fight. Then turns and goes out into the wind without another word. Bet follows her, pausing at your shoulder just long enough to say, Trask. Yeah, that's my job, huh? You gotta hurry up. And then she's gone too, and the door bangs, and it's you and him, and the wound down jukebox. He feels the silence fast, like he's been rehearsing against it. Caleb. You've got somewhere to be. Everybody in this town's got somewhere to be at 4 in the morning. I heard it all. He turns the bottle a quarter turn on the wood and doesn't drink from it. There's a canyon 2 miles past your cemetery. My brother's out there. Was out there 5 weeks back when they hit our route. Nobody's walked it since, and nobody's going to. That's all. Just saying it out loud to somebody who's still standing up. That's tough. The wind pushes at the shutters. Somewhere out past the smokehouse, a dog starts up and then thinks better of it. You've been awake since a woman you'd never met told you what year it was. And the day has put something in you that wasn't there on Weaver's table. The particular steadiness of a man who has found out he's good at something that matters here. Your arm aches where the belt opened it. You barely notice. Mick has reached level 2. Our little GM note. He has 2 skill points and 1 perk to spend. Whenever you'd like to, ask to see the perk list if you want options. Current rank, speech 4, science 4, repair 2, max ranks at level 2 is 5. Okay. Do we go, I think we increase repair by 2. That's what we do. Increase repair by 2, increase repair by 2 points. Show us the perks that, actually, yeah, let's see. Show us the perks that we qualify for now. I should tell the AI to add my other perk somewhere down here. I forgot to tell it to do that. I don't know why it's not grabbing the UI 100% for the character build, but you can add it during your message with just a sentence, you know? It's that easy. Love the character voices. Thanks, Freedom. I appreciate that, man. That unlocks new ground. Here's everything Mick qualifies for right now, given Strength 1, Perception 1, Endurance 4, Charisma 4, Intelligence 6, Agility 6, Luck 6. Diagnostician requires Intelligence 6, Science 4. A minute's interrupted examination of any broken machine tells you the true cause of failure. No roll, including whether it was deliberate and what tool did it. Doesn't tell you who. This is the one that would have saved you at, it's just, yeah, Trax Mill. Yeah, it surely would have. So that goes along with my repair skill, like, in a really unique way. So I'm showing you kind of some of the skills here. Obviously, he doesn't qualify for perks. Obviously, he doesn't qualify for all the perks. Jury rig. No penalty for improvised or wrong-sized materials, ever. And once per day, a failed repair check becomes a bodge that holds for an hour, instead of failing outright. Declared before the consequences land. This is the one that would have saved you from the sheared bolt pin. Gun nut, rank 1. The fact that I am not very good at using guns means I should probably get gun nut pretty early so I can make sure that I have really good guns so that when I do hit, they do a lot of damage. Craft and attach tier 1 weapon mods at repair DC 15. Long game economic value. You can turn scrap into sellable weapons, which matters for funding the road east. Alright, Bloody Mess. We qualified for that from the beginning. But I've added mechanics to Bloody Mess. Plus 5% damage, and killed enemies can quote-unquote shake nearby foes. It's a new stat effect I created for this called Shaken. They'll have the shaken effect, like they're in shock. Doing Bloody Mess on someone will cause their, friends to be in shock. Honestly, poor value for a man with a 9mm he hasn't drawn. Yeah, no kidding. But it requires luck 4 to have that. That's why I qualify for it. So, okay, everything else is gated behind attributes you don't have. Toughness and rad resistance, endurance 5-6. The charisma leadership perk requires 6. Sneak attack, road warrior needs an agility of 7. Better criticals needs perception 6. And the tech power tree opens at intelligence 7. Pick one. I'm going to ask this. Is it possible to spend a perk point on a special stat? Just like if you were like a person who was just coming into this campaign and you wanted to ask that question. I'm just showing an example of what you would do. It's really easy. Just you can treat them just like a regular game master. You just ask whatever you want. And whatever you can think of, you just ask and it'll respond reasonably. And it'll tell you about the game mechanics, which I'm hoping it does really well now after checking some entities. Right, intense training. No prerequisites. Permanently raises one special attribute by 1. You can take it up to 3 times over mixed career, and it can't push a score past 9 that way. So, don't want to do that, but I just wanted to show the mechanic. We're jury rig or diagnostician? Diagnostician, I think, is more along this guy's line of reasoning, because in his background we said that he literally just sold theories to Van Graff, plasma theory. So we're going to take the diagnostician. You sit down across from Caleb after all, not to talk, just for a minute, because your legs have opinions about the day. The thing you keep coming back to is the pin, not that Osler had it. that you stood in Autolus Trask's shed with the belt in your hands and told 9 people the wrong story about why it broke out loud with confidence, because the wrong story was the one that fit what you expected to find. Where? Age? The desert? Eating a machine the way the desert does. It wasn't where. It was never going to be where. You had the whole thing in your hands and you looked at it the way a man looks at a machine, and what you needed was to look at it the way a man looks at a crime scene, slow and twice, and with the assumption that somebody was here before you. That's a discipline. It's not even a hard one. Just refusing to be finished until the story accounts for every mark on the metal. So that's a little role play. That's a little role play addition to the perk, like it role plays a narrative for the perk you chose. You turn your hands over on the table. The raw belt will down the left forearm, the steel clamped above it humming its little green countdown, and you make yourself a rule about it. Caleb watches you do this and says nothing, which is the most useful thing anybody's done for you all evening. You've got that look. My brother used to get that look. Oh, your brother leveled up a lot, huh? Never once meant anything good for whoever it was aimed at. Yeah, no kidding. Outside, faint and eastward, a door bangs. Bet at Ivor's. Somewhere the other way, Trudy is walking a black street toward the bell. Diagnostician acquired. From here, a minute alone with any broken machine tells you the truth about it. No roll. That's what I'm talking about. That's money in the bank right there. I can just diagnose what's wrong for caps. Diagnose it and go home. Fixing it's extra. Okay. Yeah. Ask Caleb if he wants to walk out to Trask with me. Talk about his brother on the way. Walk out the Trask with me. It's 10 minutes and I'd rather not do it alone. He looks at the bottle. Since you were dropping Eves over there, you might as well. Come on, drop the rest of them. Then he corks it, actually corks it and leaves it standing there on the table for whoever wants it. And gets up. Tell me about your brother on the way. Outside, the cold has come down hard the way it does out here. And the wind has sand in it. You go, yeah, that sucks. You go north along the row of shuttered stalls with your collar up. The bracer throws a little green on your sleeve. Every 4 seconds, and Caleb's eyes keep going to it and coming off again. Oh, it's flashing green over here, telling me to go east. He takes a while to start. Mateo, 2 years under me. He was right. Don't do the thing where you nod. Okay, he was a nightmare. Couldn't hold caps. Genuinely couldn't. Give him 30, and by Thursday, he'd have bought a hat, lost the hat, and stood you drinks with what was left so nobody'd ask you about the hat. You go past Bet's stall. The condensers are cycling in the dark, all 3 of them. That low, uneven chorus. Laughed before the end of his own jokes every time. Ruined every one of them. 23 years old, and he stops walking for a second. Starts again. Route came out of Ferris Crossing heading for the outpost. 5 weeks. They came out of the wash on our left, and I put 3 of them down, and I was good. I want you to know that. I was good that day. And when it stopped, there was nobody left standing, and no Mateo, and no body. Just his hat in the dirt. I stood there like an idiot, thinking, he lost the hat again. Took me 2 miles down the road to work out they'd taken him. The mill shed comes up out of the dark on the north end of the square. Black against the stars, and the drive belt you spliced is silent inside. There's a lamp burning in the little lean-to attached to the back where Autolus Trask sleeps. Burning at this hour, which means she isn't sleeping. Caleb stops well short of the light, hands going into his coat pockets. I rode for the outfit that's doing this to her. She's going to ask, or somebody's going to tell her, you want me in there, or you want me out here? Okay, I'm going to take a little 15er. I'm going to take a little break. I've been talking for about 2 hours, so I'm going to take a little break here, and I will be back. We're going to continue this. I'm having a lot of fun in this campaign, and so in the meantime, just look at this picture of Goodsprings. I'll be back. Check, checking Z1s, checking Z2s. I'm back, guys. I guess I didn't need a full 15-minute break after all. I am ready to get back into the game. So, well, as far as, Caleb is asking, oh, by the way, if you just jumped into the stream, if you haven't registered for FreedomRPG yet, first of all, what are you doing? Second of all, check the link in the pinned comment and in the description of the video, or if you're watching this on YouTube later, in the pinned comment. And so we're here in Goodsprings 15 years after the events of New Vegas. And we're walking up on this character here. If you've been talking, our friend Caleb, who we met in the saloon, works for the people. Now he's asking if we want him in with us. And I get why he's asking it, but we know, because we were here, that she's under the impression that she's thanking that guy tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, she has conceded to the point that maybe it's for the best, I guess, After 2 failed attempts to fix her, well, actually 4 failed attempts. 2 before mine, then my 2. So, yeah, Caleb. Of course. She thinks she's thanking the guy. And you know him. You can back me up. He asked me a yes or no question, or this or that question, and I answer with of course. Caleb takes that in, nods once, and comes with you into the light. You knock. It takes longer than it should. You can hear her deciding. And then the lean-to door opens on Autolus Trask in a smock she hasn't taken off. Indigo head wrap gone, gray streaked hair loose, and the lamp behind her throwing her long shadow out across the dirt. It's past midnight. You want to say something to me, and I'd rather you said it at a reasonable hour, like a person. And now here you are, so... She steps back from the door, which is not the same as inviting you in, but you go in anyway. 1 room, a cot, a stove, a table with 3 days of flour dust on everything. On the table, her lamp, a folded sheet of pre-printed paper with the Montgomery seal on it, and sitting in the middle of the wood, alone, in a clean space she's wiped for it, the pen. I guess she took it out. Why do you take the pen out, lady? It's been turned over so many times in the last 4 hours that the flour's worn off it in 2 places where her fingers go. She sees you see it. Her chin comes up. It's a good part. It's better than the one that came out. Somebody at the factory knew what they were doing. Oh, she already picked up on it. Okay, she's not dumb. Then she looks past you at Caleb, at the caravan coat with the ripped off patch, and something crosses her face. That's not surprise. She's seen that coat before on other men in this square. Who's this? Caleb doesn't wait for you to do it for him. Caleb, I rode guard for the consortium 11 months. Ferris Crossing. The Well family's up past the outpost. 3 or 4 others. I've watched this done 6 times, ma'am. I've stood in the room while it was done. The kettle on the stove ticks as it cools. Autolus does not sit down and does not ask either to. All right. Her voice has gone flat and careful. All right. Sorry, I should have read that first. And her hand has found the edge of the table. Then you tell me, straight out, no dancing around it. Because I've been sat here since supper, and I'm tired. Did that man break my meal? Yes, and I got it wrong in front of everyone. Boom. Honesty bombs. I love honesty bomb. Honesty bombs are honest statements that are risky. Honest statements that are a risk to your own well-being, but you say them anyway. That's not what she braced for. You watch her hand come off the table edge. Stood in your shed with the belt in my hands and told 9 people it was where. Said it like I knew. It wasn't where. I just wanted it to be. Because where is what I expected to find, and I stopped looking when I found something that fit. And her belt was a little worn, so I'm like, alright, that's gotta be it. He did that to both of us with the same part. I did the talking for him. Silence. The lamp gutters and comes back. See, that all makes sense. That's why you do. That's why you drop honesty bombs. Because honesty bombs make sense. You know? Nothing. Lies don't make sense. Not all the way down. Then Autolus Trask pulls out the chair and sits down in it hard, like her legs went. I thanked him. In front of Hollis and the Ardmore girls and half the market, I put my hand on his arm and I thanked that man. And I've been sat here since supper trying to build something in my head where that was a sensible thing to have done. She picks up the pen, turns it over, puts it down again in its clean patch of table. You know what I got to? He must carry spares. He must just carry spares, that's all. It's the sort of thing a careful man does. Caleb speaks from where he's standing by the door. Quiet, not moving into the room. He carries one, ma'am. Just the one, and it's always the right one. There was a man at Ferris Crossing had a well pump. Oss came through 2 days after and fixed it free and wouldn't take a cap for it. That man shook his hand. He stops, starts again. Flatter. Family's off that land now. Wasn't the pump that did it. It was 16 days the pump was down. And what the paper said about 16 days. paper says anything about. She stops. Looks at the folded sheet with the Montgomery seal on it, an arm's length from her own hand, where it has been sitting since Osler gave it to her. Read it to me. I've had it 4 days and I've read the price and the delivery, and I have not once read the rest of it because I could not stand to read me the rest of it. So you do. Clause 3, off her own copy in her own kitchen at midnight, 30 continuous days of failed supply right of first refusal on the premises at the consortium owns valuation. She listens all the way through with her eyes shut, so they get to appraise the value, and then they get first rights of first refusal on the premises. They get to buy the premises at whatever price they set. She listens all the way through with her eyes shut. When it's done, she gets up, takes the paper off the table, opens the stove door, and puts it in the fire. Nice. Nice. Yeah, let it burn. Throw some whiskey on it. Then she stands there with the door open, watching it go. And the orange light moves on her face, and she says, "Not to either of you. 30 days. My mill was dead 11, and I nearly lost my mind." Yeah, no kidding. They're going to make her go 30 days soon, and it's going to suck. She shuts the stove. Right. What do you want me to do? Trudy's ringing the bell at 4. Then I'll be stood at the front of it. She reaches back to the table without looking and picks up the pen and holds it out to you on her flat palm. And you take this. I'll not have it in my house. Osler puts it in my hand in front of 9 witnesses and told them all he was being kind. Let him stand in the square in the morning and explain to Trudy Bright why he was carrying it. You put the pen in an inside pocket where it won't work its way out. My chest pocket. That's the one. That's the one. It's not going anywhere from the chest pocket. You guys all know that. You put the pen in an inside pocket where it won't. Yeah, I already said that. Autolus is already moving. She pulls the smock straight, jams her feet into her boots, and goes out past both of you into the cold without a lamp, headed for the mill shed door. Three days of tubers in there, and I've got 3 hours. If I'm going to stand up in that square and call a man a liar, I'll not do it with my stock rotting behind me. The shed door bangs. A moment later, the belt takes up and the mill starts running. Loud as anything in the whole silent town. And it will be heard from one end of Goodsprings to the other for the next 3 hours, including from the Montgomery camp on the whole road. What? Caleb watches the shed and blows into his hands. Is that like, is he taking on like, I guess I should give Caleb like a UK accent, like a English accent. That's a bell of its own, that is. I don't know, maybe that's somewhere else. But that's the best I can do, I think. Behind you, east, another sound, a door, and voices. And a woman's flat, carrying tone that could only be Bet. Yeah, she's tough. And no words you can make out. Well, she's got him talking. And it's been going long enough that he hasn't shut it down. 3 hours to the bell. 2 of them dark, 1 of them getting light. We can talk to Caleb later. Help. Odorless meal through the night. 3 days of stock, 3 hours. On a machine you know intimately. Watch the South Road. The mill can be heard from Montgomery's camp. Somebody down there is awake and doing arithmetic. Yeah, let's go to Trudy. You gotta take that pin to Trudy. I mean, she's the only one who can really do with it what needs to be done with it. All right. The bell post stands at the south end of the square, a length of railroad iron hung from a crossbeam with a striker on a chain and a lantern hook. Both are in use tonight. Trudy is under it with her sash on and her ledger open on a barrel, working by lantern light. She's not alone. Man, she looks tough, doesn't she? The woman beside her is lean and sun-cured, with a scar running down from her left ear. Uh-oh, here she is. An NCR surplus coat with GS militia stenciled yellow on the sleeve and a scoped bolt action slung barrel down against the damp. A blue cattle dog stands at her knee and looks at you and then at Caleb and decides about neither. Mayor Trudy says Sunny Smiles militia. There's a picture of Sunny Smiles 15 years later, approaching middle age. I had Sunny looking way too old in the original thumbnail. It made no sense after 15 years. She sounds kind of like Sandy from SpongeBob, doesn't she? At 1 in the morning. On fuel she can't spare. I don't know. I don't know if it's all the way like that or not. That was you? She burned the note. She'll stand at the front at 4. You take the pen out and put it in Trudy's hand. I'll come up with a better accent for Sunny. I know that one sucked. She holds it up into the lantern, turns it. It's a nothing of a thing. She needs smarter. She needs a smarter, like, country accent. Not like a dumb country accent. 1.5 inches of hardened steel, a machined shoulder, a bright, unweathered finish. that has never sat in a desert toolbox in its life. Trudy has run a saloon in a town for long enough to know what a part that's never been used looks like. Out of his coat. Left pocket. 4 days? 4 days. And Trask will say so in front of everybody, her own mouth. She's looking forward to it. Trudy closes her fists around the pin and stands there a second with her eyes shut, and it's the first time all night she's looked like she might be 68 years old. Then it's gone. She's writing in the ledger. Trudy. 2 lamps lit in the south camp since the mile started. Not 4, 2. I don't know if I can keep that up. Oh my gosh. The pencil doesn't stop. Meaning nobody down there is panicking. Meaning 2 people are sitting up in the dark being unreasonable about it. Being reasonable about it. She turns her head, finally, and looks at you straight on. An unhurried, thorough, professional look that goes over the bracer without comment and comes back to your face. Understand what you've built here. At 4, we put 3 traders in front of this town, and they say out loud that the consortium broke their machines. That's not a complaint anymore. That's an accusation of sabotage in public, with a part in the mayor's hand. Montgomery has 4 guns and a captain. I have 9 people, and 6 of them work the fields. He won't shoot in my square. No, he won't. Abit. That's what worries me. He's had all night to think of something better. Caleb has gone very quiet behind your shoulder. Cheyenne 2's ears come up. Cheyenne 2. That's so funny. And turn south and stay there. Just unapologetically Cheyenne 2. I don't know. I'll drop the accent for Sunny. I'm making her sound too dumb. Because I'm dumb, not because people from the country are dumb. It's me. Even though, you know, she does have a pretty strong country accent in the game, though, doesn't she? I just can't do it right. What would you do? What would you do if you were him? Ask Sunny to think it through out loud. She's read professional soldiers before. Doesn't like these ones. What should we do? Hey, man. Look. You're the mayor. if you accuse him of sabotage, everyone will think that your motivation is maintaining the independent nature of your business owners. Let me do it. I'll call him a liar right to his face. I don't know him. I can get work without his caps. Check on Z1, check on Z2. We rolled a 22 to persuade Trudy. Not bad. Look, you're the mayor. If you accuse him of sabotage, everyone will think your motivation is protecting your independent business owners. Let me do it. I'll call him a liar right to his face. I don't owe him anything, and I can get work without his caps. Trudy's pencil stops. Sonny makes a small sound that isn't quite a laugh. He's not wrong, Trudy. I know he's not wrong. She sets the pencil down in the gutter of the ledger and looks out at the black square, at the shuttered stalls at her town. 8 years, that man's been telling people I keep this place small because a big one wouldn't need me. Says it kindly, says it to their faces with his hat off. Nobody believes it. Enough people have wondered about it that if I'm the one holding this pin up, he doesn't have to be innocent. He only has to make it two people arguing. And he's good at two people arguing. He's very good at it. She turns around. The lantern's under her chin. Yeah, he's a little snake in the grass, isn't he? The lantern's under her chin, and it makes her look like something carved. All right, you stand up and understand what you just bought, because I don't think you counted the cost of it out loud. First thing he'll do is ask the square who you are. Man off a dead caravan, nobody's cousin. Nothing here belongs to him. Gone in a fortnight. Why is this stranger so interested in our affairs? He'll ask it politely, and he'll not have to answer it himself. So don't defend yourself. You'll lose. Put Cordry up, and Quill, and Trask, and let them be the answer. You're not the witness. You're the man asking the questions. She picks the pen out of her palm and holds it out to you again between two fingers. Then you hold this up and you ask him one thing, and one thing only. Reuben, why did you have it? He's got no polite answer. There isn't one. That's the whole of it. Don't get clever and don't get angry. Just make him stand in front of this town and try to be reasonable about why a hardened 3/8 shoulder pin was in his coat 4 days before he handed it to a woman whose bracket was missing exactly that. You take it back. Sonny is watching your hands when you do, and does not pretend otherwise. One more thing, since you're the one standing up. When it lands, he'll look at somebody, not the crowd, one person, for about half a second, because that's who he's checking with. Good thinking, Sonny. You won't catch it. You'll be talking. She shifts the rifle on its sling. I'll catch it. Yeah, I bet you will. Behind you, faint under the noise of Trask's mill, the sound of two people coming up the east path. One of them talking steadily, the other not talking at all. As Trudy would also answers, 2 hours to work out every polite thing he could say. What to do when he says it? Nah, I'm silver tongue. Going on the fly, man. Tell Sonny about Halder Ost. Oh, yeah. That's good info. That's good intel. If you don't remember, Halder Ost is the guy who came through first. The repairman, man. There's a fourth man. Before the square fills up, you should know about him. You give it to her the way Caleb gave it to you. Name, coat, case, method, Halder Ost. Goes ahead of the factor, fixes what's broken, won't take a cap for it, already has the part, always. Sonny doesn't interrupt. When you finish, she looks past you at the dark, and you can watch her doing arithmetic. Quill's generator. Friday morning. I'm starting to get the feeling we might be breaking out the 9mm here in a minute. Should have put some skills into that. Maybe I will when I level up. I'm halfway there already. Friday morning. I was on the tower Friday. She says it flat. No weight on it. And then puts the weight on afterward. Ratliff sits the water tower dust to 2. I take 2 to dawn. We've had eyes on the highway approach and the south road every night since the second raider push. And nothing comes up the I-15 that doesn't get written in a book. And I never wrote him down. The mill grinds away up at the north end. Nobody says anything for a second. I'm telling you what I logged and what I didn't. That's all I'm telling you. He didn't come up the road. Either he came in over the flats, which is a long walk, carrying a case in daylight past 9 people who have mentioned it, or he came down from the north. There's nothing north. There's the cemetery track. Behind you, Caleb says, and past the cemetery, there's the ravine. He says it too fast. Everyone hears him say it too fast. That's a shape, not a fact. I mean, Sonny, if you want to be, technical, describing the shape of something, if it's true, it would be a fact also. But I'm getting us off topic. Let's get back on topic. That's my bad. Her eyes come to you and hold. I want to be very clear because I've watched people build a case out of an absence before. All I have is a man I didn't see. Don't turn that into more than it is at 4 o'clock in front of a crowd. If you say they've got a camp in the canyon and you're wrong, Montgomery gets to be the reasonable man for the rest of the night. After, Trudy has her pencil moving again. Meeting first, ravine after, in daylight, with people who know what they're doing. I'll go now. You'll go at dawn with me and the dog, or you'll go alone and be a fourth thing I have to worry about. Caleb opens his mouth, and then the east path delivers Bet Cordry into the lantern light with her jaw set, and behind her, moving slow, in a clean shirt with his sleeves rolled down, half the burn scars for the first time in probably 20 years. Over the burn scars. Ivor Quill. He stops at the edge of the light. He looks at Trudy and not at anyone else. Trudy, I signed a thing Thursday. I'd like to say it in front of everybody before somebody else says it for me. Yeah, whoops. Bet Corgi already said it a long time ago. That's not my business. Tell Ivor what to say and what not to. Yeah, we need to give him some briefing. We can't just go ringing the bell with Ivor here, man. We got to give him a little briefing. We got to clue him in to what we're doing. You get between Ivor and Trudy before either of them can start being neighbors at each other. Ivor, before you say it in front of 200 people, say it to me first, and let me tell you what to cut. He blinks, nods, squares up like a man about to be measured for something. Times and facts, that's all. Thursday I signed. Friday morning a man I'd never seen fixed my generator and I wouldn't take a cap for it. Then stop. No sorry, don't apologize to them. The second you apologize, it's a confession. And a confession is a thing a crowd gets to forgive or not forgive. And a half of them will enjoy deciding. Don't tell them why. Don't tell them you had no choice. Every reason you give him is a door. Give them the dates and let them do the arithmetic themselves. People believe what they work out on their own. Ivor takes that. You watch it go in. Now hold on. Bet's come round into the lantern light with her arms folded. Okay. I've just spent an hour and a half in that man's kitchen getting him to where he can say it at all. And you're going to hand him a script? He's right, Bet. I know he's right. That's not the same thing as what? That's not the same thing as what? It's the same thing at 4 in the morning. Yeah, good point, Sonny. Ivor has been standing very still through all of it, with his big scarred hands loose at his sides. When he speaks, he's looking at the packed dirt. Thursday I signed. Friday morning a man I'd never seen fixed my generator. I wouldn't take a cap for it. Or wouldn't take a cap for it. 1 second. I gotta see about something. He says it twice more quietly, testing the shape of it. Gets it clean by the third. Right, I'll do that. Then he looks up. And then I'll say one more thing, and you'll not like it, and I'm going to say it anyway. I'm going to say Marta's name. Ivor. Because if I give them the dates and sit down, then what I did was sums. And it wasn't sums. It was my wife coughing it there. It was my wife coughing at 3 in the morning. An 80-pounder bighorner going green in the dead room. They can decide it wasn't good enough. That's theirs to decide. But nobody in that square is going to say her name if I don't say it. And I'll not have her be the part everyone leaves out to make the story tidy. He's not shouting. That's the thing. Ivor Quill is a man whose volume goes up when he's uncomfortable. And it hasn't. Trudy watches him for a long moment and then, deliberately, does not look at you. That's his to spend. Out on the south road, a long way off, a lamp moves. Not toward the square. Along it. Someone walking a perimeter. Slowly. With a light they aren't trying to hide. Sonny sees you see it. Been doing that 20 minutes. He wants us to know he's up. Well, let's go get... Man, he wants to start some stuff and he's up there being cocky about it and stuff. Let's just roll up there on him. Let's pull up on him. But ring it now. Ring it now. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. It's going down, man. It's going down. Goodsprings style. Oh, man, I fell. It's not going down. Not going down. She wants it to go down in the afternoon, right? Not now. Why are we all standing out here then? I forgot. Convince Trudy to ring the bell 2 hours early. Circumstance +2 because Sonny inclined to agree, but I still failed. Ring it now. Everyone we need is standing in this light. Nobody down there has finished thinking yet, so don't give them the 2 hours. Trudy shakes her head before you're done. No. Ring that at 2 and I don't get a town meeting. I get a fire alarm. Everybody comes out with a bucket or a gun, half of them still in their bedclothes, and they're not there to weigh anything. They're there because they're frightened, and a frightened crowd doesn't render a judgment. It renders a mob, and I've seen one. Afterward, you can't put it down again. At 4 o'clock, they get up, they get dressed, they walk down here, knowing there's a meeting. Different animal entirely. She's right. And you've been on your feet since a woman told you what year it is. You're running hot. That's not a criticism. It's an observation, and you'd want somebody... Sorry. And you'd want somebody to make it. Yeah. You're framing the answer to that when Cheyenne 2 turns south and goes rigid. Oh, they're coming. Are they coming anyway? Sonny's hand comes off the rifle sling and stays open at her side. Lamp's moving up the road. It comes on steadily at a walking pace, held out well away from the body so that it lights the man carrying it rather than the ground. He's 100 yards out, and he's making absolutely certain everyone can see who he is for the whole of that 100 yards. He's coming anyway. Reuben Osler stops a good 10 feet short of the lantern light, sets the lamp down on the dirt, and straightens up, with both hands open and empty at his sides. The combat shotgun is on its sling, muzzle down behind his shoulder. He does not touch it. Oh, you know what? It's interesting. This happened, I think, because I failed my role to convince her. It increased my failure by having him come after her refusal to ring the bell, and so now he's here, but everyone's not. Everyone who's, technically important is here, but not everyone. What are we gonna do? Turn around, ring the bell with him standing here? That's weird, right? All right. Mayor Bright, sorry for the hour. I'd rather do this now with you than at 4 with everybody. Yeah, that's exactly what I figured. He looks at Ivor in his clean shirt and at Bet and at you, and he is not surprised by any of it, which is somehow the worst part. I move my hand to my repair skill and get ready to draw it like a weapon. Autoless trash. Oh no. I attack him with my science skill. Autoless Trask has been milling since 1. I'd have had to be deaf. So, before anybody produces anything, yes, I was carrying a 3/8 hardened shoulder pin 4 days. It's in my coat inventory, and it has been since I left the hub. And I'll tell you exactly why. I'd like to tell you before somebody holds it up in front of 200 people and asks it like it questions. Quick, ring the bell. Somebody ring the bell, hurry. Nah, the mill grinds on at the far end of town. Nobody moves. 10 minutes, Mayor. Then I'll stand in your square at 4 and take whatever comes. Yeah, tell us about Halder Ost, your little repairman. What'd you tell us about him? What's he get up to around here? Man, I failed another check. Don't tell us about the pit. Tell us about Halder Ost. It lands. You see it land. A stillness that goes through him from the shoulders down. Half a second where the polite face isn't running anything at all. And then, before you can put anything into the gap, his eyes move. Not to Trudy, not to you, past your shoulder. To the man in the caravan coat with the patch torn off. Caleb, my new friend, who hasn't said anything this whole time. Been waiting for the big reveal here, I guess. Half a second, exactly as long as Sonny said it would be. Ah, Caleb. I did wonder where you'd got to. He picks his lamp up off the dirt, unhurried, and he's smiling now. Small, sad, entirely convincing. Halder Ost is 60 years old. 61 years old, sorry, and he mends things. That's the whole of the man. Consortium's kept him on the road 11 years, and I've never once seen him refuse a job or take a cap for one he wasn't sent to do. He fixed Ivor's generator. Of course he did. Mr. Montgomery sends him, because a town with a dead generator in it doesn't trade, and we're here to trade. I'd have thought that was the least sinister sentence anybody said tonight. You're welcome to ask him. He writes everything down. He'll show you the book. He'll show anybody the book. He's proud of it. He'll bore you half to death with it. He turns his shoulder slightly toward Trudy, cutting you out of it, and lets his voice go gentle. Mayor, your man here has been in this town one day. In that day, he's talked to 3 of my accounts, and he's found himself a disgruntled ex-guard I let go for drinking, and he's built something out of it. I understand why it looks the way it looks. You didn't let me go. No, I didn't. Mr. Montgomery did. After they hit my route. After my brother. I know, son, I know. I know, son, I know. He says it kindly. And that is what does it. Caleb's mouth shuts on nothing. His hand has come halfway to his hip. Stop there. And every single person at the bell post has seen it. Caleb. Quiet. Not sharp. Caleb's hand comes down. Ostler doesn't look at it. He has arranged very carefully not to be looking at it. 4 o'clock then. I'll be there. And I'll bring Ost's book and the code inventory out of the hub. And I'll answer whatever's asked. He nods to Trudy and to Bet. And this is deliberate to Ivor, warmly by name. Ivor. Ivor Quill does not answer him, but he flinches, and Ostler sees it, turns and walks back down the south road with his lamp held out from his body, unhurried, all the way into the dark. Nobody says anything for a while. I told you to ring the bell, okay? I tried. You guys want to wait until 4. Then Sonny flatly to Trudy. He looked at the boy. I saw. He wasn't checking with him, Trudy. He was filing him. Take Caleb aside. He just found out what he looks like from the outside in front of the only people whose opinion he needed. Nobody logged Ost coming in. Say it to Trudy now. Also offered the book freely because the book won't show the cemetery track. Keep Caleb off the crate. And 4. Nah. He's staying. He's who we want with us if things get weird, man. Ooh, go north to the cemetery before dawn? Oh. 2 hours of dark and an unwatched track. Sonny said dawn. I'm going to say nobody logged Ost coming in. Bringing up why he doesn't care to bring the book. Trudy. Nobody logged Ost coming in. She's still watching the place on the south road where the lamp went out of sight. Say that again. He just offered to bring Ost's book into your square. Dates and places in Ost's own hand, and he offered it freely because, as far as he knows, it's the one document that makes his man look like a saint. That book is going to say Ost was in Goodsprings on Friday, and Sonny's tower log is going to say nobody came up the road. There's a beat while it goes around the lantern. Sonny gets there half a second before Trudy does, and you can hear it in her voice, a small change, the first crack of something almost enjoyable. 2 books that can't both be true. And he brings one of them. He brings it, not us. He hands it to me in front of the whole town, out of his own coat, as his own evidence, and then I opened the militia ledger. Exactly, that's 2 things. 2 different things here. The militia ledger is much more trustworthy document than some book this dude's carrying around, claimed to be Ost's, his repairman's, handbook. His handy dandy notebook. She's already writing fast now, the pencil scratching. Ratliff's got the tower log in his kit. I want him down here before 4 with the whole book, not a page. A page is a thing you wrote this morning. Yeah. And Trudy, nobody says a word about the log until Osler's put his on the barrel. Not to Ratliff either. He can't keep his face shut. Agreed. Bet has been listening from the edge of the light with her arms folded, and now she says, dry as salt. So the old boy walked in over the graves. Or over the flats. Or Ratliff was asleep on the tower, which he has been before, and I'll not pretend otherwise in a square full of people. She looks at you. That's what you do with it. Don't say he came from the canyon. Say he isn't in the book, and let 200 people in the dark work out for themselves where a man comes from if he doesn't come up the road. Trudy shuts the ledger on her pencil and holds it against her chest. Right. That's the morning. 1 hour and 3/4. The mill grinds away up at the north end. Out east, the sky is still solid black, and the cold has got into everything. Caleb hasn't moved from where he was standing when Osler said the word drinking. He's looking at the dirt about 4 feet in front of his boots, and nobody has said anything to him at all. Go stand next to Caleb. You alright, boy? You walk over and stand next to him, not in front, beside, shoulder to shoulder, facing the same patch of dirt he's facing. You don't say anything. It takes a long time. The mill turns. Somewhere behind you, Trudy and Sonny are talking about tower logs in low voices. And Bet is making Ivor sit down on the barrel because he's been standing since he arrived. He didn't lie. That's the thing about him. 3 days I've been in that chair with a bottle, and half this town's walked past the window and seen me at it. He didn't make anything up. He just picked it off the floor and handed it to them, pointed the right way. He rubs his thumb across the notches on the pistol grip without seeming to know he's doing it. Caleb's trigger happy. 11 months I carried a gun for a man who does that, and I thought he was the decent one, because he never shouted. A long breath out. Don't put me on the crate. You start to answer and he shakes his head. No, listen. I'm not sulking. I've thought about it. Everything I know about Ferris Crossing is worth exactly as much as the man saying it. And an hour ago, the whole town's mayor watched me put my hand on my hip because Osler was kind to me. right? Yeah, he couldn't handle somebody's like overt kindness. How's he gonna handle it if he starts getting aggressive? Verbally aggressive. He's gonna pull that thing right out. You put me up there, and the first thing out of his mouth is he'd been drinking 3 days, and he nearly drew on me at the bell post. And it'll be true. And everything after it goes in the bin. Trash Smill goes in the bin. Ivor goes in the bin. I'd rather be no use than be the thing he swings. He looks up for the first time, face raw but level. So use the books. Books haven't been drinking. Then, after a moment, in a completely different voice, smaller, and a bit embarrassed by itself, you came over. Everyone else did the polite thing. East, past the smokehouse roofline, the sky has gone from black to something one shade off it. Not light, but the idea of light. The way the desert warns you before it does anything. An hour and a half. If things go south, we need you around. Take up a post. Out of earshot. You'll be able to see if we need you like that. If things go south, we need you around. That's exactly what I said. Caleb doesn't answer straight off. You can watch him check it for pity and not find any, which is what takes the time. Out of earshot. So he can't point at you. And so somebody's watching the road while every useful person in this town is stood in a crowd facing the wrong way. That's a decent idea. Sunny has come over without either of you noticing. Dog at her knee. It's also not yours to hand out. She says it to you without heat, then turns to Caleb and her whole register changes. Clipped, ordinary, the way you'd speak to somebody who does this. What does that mean? The way you'd speak to somebody who does this? I don't know what you mean. Saloon roof. Go up the barrel stack at the... Oh, because he's a... Oh, okay. Okay. He's literally a guard. Saloon roof. Go up the barrel stack at the back. Don't use the front porch. Half the town's about to walk under it. You'll have the square, the south road as far as the bend, and the bell post. Your arc is the road, not the crowd. You spend it the whole meeting watching Osler's face, you're no use to me. I'll be watching his face. You watch what comes up behind him. Right. One rule, and it's only one. You don't draw, and you don't fire unless I fire first. Not if he shouts, not if he puts his hand on somebody, not if he's kind to Ivor Quill in front of 200 people, which he's gonna be. She lets that sit exactly long enough. If I fire, you'll know. Everyone in the county will know. And if you're down, then it's Trudy square, and you do what Trudy says. Caleb straightens up. It's a small thing, and it's the first time all night his shoulders have been where they belong. Saloon roof arcs the road. Don't fire unless you do. Go on then. Get up there before people start coming out. And take something to sit on. You'll be up there 90 minutes, and the tin's cold enough to take skin off. He goes. He stops once, about 10 paces out, and looks back at you. Doesn't say anything, just looks. Then he's off across the square with his coat collar up. Sonny watches him go. That'll hold him. Probably. He obeyed me at the bell post when it counted, which is more than I expected. So I'll take probably. Whatever. Away east, there's a man coming down from the water tower at a jog. Kit bag banging on his hip. Ratliff with the log. And behind him, past the last roof line, the sky has started doing the gray thing. It's giving me the option to rewind there, and I can't see over. I can't see underneath it. What if like, okay, it's already there. Let's see. Read the tower log with Sonny and Ratliff. Warn Trudy that Osler may not bring the book. I mean, what is that? I don't know that he might not bring the book. So I'm just making that up. Oh, he might not bring the book. Yeah, that is a possibility. What are they supposed to say to that? I'm just joking. Rehearse the question out loud. One question in front of 200 people. For a man they met yesterday. Get the words right where there's time. Practice the question. Let the hour run. Yeah. I do want to see the tower log, though. Ratliff must be one of the characters that I didn't pre-generate their portrait. I left about 15 of the 60 without a generated portrait. Just told it to do it on the fly. The log comes out of the kit bag wrapped in oilcloth. A fat little book with 4 years in it. And a hand so small and neat it's almost printing. Ratliff won't hand it over. He holds it and turns the pages himself and reads out at the pace he reads at. What pace is that? I gotta read this out loud here. Now I'm just supposed to guess at the pace? Small and neat. Maybe fast. I don't know. I'm not reading it fast. Thursday, 1940, 2 Riders South Road, Consortium colors, went to the camp. 2010, Brahmin cart, Hollis, owned stock. 2200, nothing. 2300, nothing. Friday, Ratliff. I'm coming to Friday. He does. Nobody hurries him. This guy over the smokehouse is going the color of dishwater. That's funny dialogue. Funny because it's realistic. Friday, midnight, nothing. Not 40. What's not 40? He stops. Not 40. Lamp, north track, 20 minutes, moving off. What? Lamp, north track, so that's toward the cemetery. 2 minutes. He saw a lamp for 2 minutes, moving away. Sonny's chin comes up. That's the cemetery track. Put it down because you put everything down. I thought it'd be Doc Weaver walking off a bad night. She does that. She goes up and stands with them. Nobody comes from the north, Captain. There's nothing up there. Read the rest. Not 100, nothing. Not 105. He stops again. This time his jaw sets. And he reads it flat and loud like a man taking a punch on purpose. Down for water. Not 145. Back on the platform. 45 minutes. 45 minutes of time that was unaccounted for. Are you kidding me, Ratliff? I wrote it. I could have not wrote it. Yeah, good point. Good point. That's why they'll believe the rest of it. She takes her glasses out and puts them on and reads the Friday page over his shoulder. And you watch her mouth move once over the words North Track. 4 days ago, in your hand, before any of us had a thought in our heads about it. That's not absence anymore. There's something almost hungry in how she says it. In absence, he can talk his way around. Nobody saw him. Well, your man was asleep. Fine. But this is a positive. This is one of my people writing down a light on the Graves Road at 20 to 1 in the morning. 4 days before anybody knew it meant anything. And Osbook will say Goodsprings, Friday. Ratliff looks from one of them to the other, entirely lost. Spectacles catching the lamp. Who's lost? Nobody. Shut the book. Captain Ratliff. In about an hour, a man is going to lay a book down on that barrel, and I need your face to be doing nothing at all when he does it. Can you give me that? A pause. No. No. That's what I thought. She takes the log out of his hands gently. Yeah, that's good. Man, that's good dialogue. She takes the log out of his hands gently and gives it to Trudy. Go and stand behind the crowd then, and don't look at anybody. He goes. He's not happy. Behind him, the first door in the row of houses opens, and someone comes out onto their step to look at the lantern at the bell post. And then another one. The town's starting to wake up on its own. Ring the bell, baby, ring the bell. Did it, booty. We're ringing the bell. I like how the soundtrack has random side effects. Sound effects. Sound effects. Oh, I just read the part where you asked me about the exclusive trade invasion. I was trying to say something to not give away a spoiler. I just made that up. It's not what was happening at all. Exclusive trade invasion. Oh, sorry, that broke the mood. We're gonna need it because it's fixing to get dark. I imagine, unless we all play our cards right. I guess could just end with a mildly unpleasant conversation. You take the striker of its chain. Goodsprings at night looks pretty cool. Trudy sees you do it. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't reach for it, and that's the whole permission. clang. The iron is old enough to hurt your palm. The sound goes out flat across the square and comes back off the saloon front a half beat later. Clang, clang. 3 and pause, and 3 again. Trudy nods at the rhythm. So it's the right one. Not fire, not raiders. Meeting. They come out slow and they come out dressed. That's the thing Trudy was right about. Boots on, coats on, hair pushed down with water. A man carrying a chair he doesn't need. 2 of the Ardmore girls with a shared blanket. Doc Weaver in her lab coat with her arms folded, standing well back, giving you a look you feel in your forearm. Yeah. Hollis. The family's off the East Row. More people than you would have believed lived here, filling the square in the dark with the lantern making one small orange island of it. Odalus Trask comes down from the mill with flour on her to the elbows and doesn't wash it off. Trudy gets up on the crate. Nobody's hurt, nobody's coming. Put that down, Hollis. 3 of your neighbors want to say something before the sun's up, and I'd rather you heard it from them than off the road at noon. She steps off. She doesn't introduce anyone. Bet goes first, because Bet would. She's up and done in under a minute. 4 days, a man at her counter, the word inspecting, and a note she never signed. Not pleading, she goes off the crate the way she'd get off a letter. Odalus takes longer. She holds up her hands with the flour on them and tells them her belt was cut and her pin was gone, and that she stood in her own shed and thanked the man who handed her a new one in front of 9 of you. And would you all please look at her while she says it? Some of them can't. Then Ivor Quill climbs up in his clean shirt with sleeves down. Thursday I signed. Friday morning, a man I'd never seen fixed my generator and wouldn't take a cap for it. Clean, exactly as rehearsed. He stands there in the silence afterward, and you can see him arriving at the edge of it. And I'll tell you why I signed. Because I'll not have it left out to keep the story tidy. Oh, here we go. Ivor's opening his big mouth. Alright. Marta's chest was bad. It was bad in November, and it's worse now. My guinea was dead a week. There was 80-pound of bighorner going green in that room, and no part in the county. And I sat on my step at 3 in the morning listening to my wife, and I did the only sum I could see. You can think what you like about that. I've thought all of it already. He gets down. Nobody says anything. And somebody near the back, a woman's voice, unhurried, says, "Sit down, Ivor, you daft old sod. Come on, man. That was a good performance. Leave him alone. He did good, man. I mean, we told him to leave it at that, but hey, I mean, you can relate to what he just said, you know. And there's a noise that isn't quite laughter and isn't quite anything else. And the shape of the crowd changes. That's when the sound of boots come up the south road. Reuben Osler, shotgun and power armor and all, walks into the lantern light alone, shotgun slung muzzled down behind his shoulder, coat brushed. I was saving you guys from the noise that followed that skid out there. Oh, I'm 5 experience points away from leveling up. That's happening at the end of this conversation. Reuben Osler walks into the lantern light alone, shotgun slung muzzle down behind his shoulder, coat brushed, shirt buttoned to the throat. 200 people turn to watch him do it, and he lets them. He takes his time. And he nods to faces he knows. He stops a respectful distance from the crate. He has 2 things in his left hand. A folded inventory sheet with a hub custom stamp on the corner. And a small, thick, oilcloth bound book with a soft spine, worn round at the edges from 11 years of being carried in a coat pocket. Mayor Bright. I'd like to answer if I'm allowed. You're allowed. He steps to the barrel with the lantern on it, and he puts them both down. The sheet and Halder Ost's book face up in front of the whole room. Everything I've got, read whatever you like. Behind and above, on the saloon roof, something shifts very lightly against something. Slightly against what? Let's find out like this. Man, I'm smart. Against the graying sky. Okay. Behind and above on the saloon roof, something shifts very slightly against the graying sky. Oh, that's my man. It's my man up top. He doesn't like it when he acts kind. Open Ost's book to Friday and read it out loud. Ask him the one question first. We'll go ahead and follow the scene here. We'll open the book. See what it says. We just happen to have our own book, Osler. And ours is more trustworthy than your book. Coat pocket book, wherever that is. I'm mostly just following FreedomRPG's suggestion so that I can keep it moving. So sitting here typing out, 2 paragraphs of well thought out stuff. You can do that, and I may do more of that at some point, but right now I'm trying to get through this first section. You pick up the little book. It falls open in the middle, the way a carried thing does, and the hand inside it is small and square and utterly regular. Ruled columns, drawn in by eye. 11 years of them. I leveled up. You find Friday. Cool. I leveled up after I found Friday. You have 5 experience points for finding Friday. You read it exactly as it's written, and no later than you have to. Friday, Goodsprings, quill, smokehouse, generator, armature brush set, drive belt, no charge. Not a sound out of 200 people. That's his man's hand. That's his man's book. He put it on the barrel himself. Then your thumb moves up 1 line because it's a ledger, and ledgers have the day before on them. Thursday, Goodsprings, no call, lodged. North Camp. Thursday, Goodsprings, no call, lodged, North Camp. You read that one twice. The second time, you read it slow. Something happens to Ostler's face. It isn't much. It's a man discovering the floor is further down than he'd measured. And it lasts about as long as the look he gave Caleb. Yeah, he's swift. He's a swifty. A quick thinker. And then it's gone, and he's standing very straight, and his hands well away from his sides. Thursday, the night Ivor signed, he was already here. 2 nights in this town, in his own writing. Ratliff. The whole square turns. Ratliff at the back in his 2 big jacket, going the color of the sky. You keep the tower book. 4 years, ma'am. Who came up the road Thursday night? Did our music stop? Oh, nice. Well, we made it through the whole thing, didn't we? That's a lot of music. We got to get through this scene, though, man. We got to get to the end. We can't. I'm not going to do a cliffhanger. We got to get through this whole thing. Who came up the road Thursday night? 2 riders at 1940. Consortium colors. Hollis's card at 2010. Nothing after. Friday. Nothing came up the road Friday, man. Nothing at all. Trudy opens the log flat on the barrel next to Ost's book. So the 2 of them are lying side by side under the lantern where the front 3 rows can see both. And there's one more line on that page, Ratliff. And I want you to read it. And I want you to read the one after it as well, because it doesn't flatter you, and I'll not have anybody say we hit it. He swallows. Reads. Not 40. Lamp. North track. 2 minutes. Moving off. Not 105. Down for water. Not 145. Back on the platform. 45 minutes I wasn't up there. I wrote it down myself. I always write it down. And that's the moment. Not the pen, not clause 3. A short, bald man in a jacket too big for him, admitting he left his post 4 days before any of it mattered. In a book, nobody made him keep honest. Somebody in the middle of the crowd says quite clearly, "There's nothing north but the graves." Nobody answers. Nobody has to. You can hear 200 people doing the arithmetic themselves, exactly the way Trudy said they would, and the noise the square makes is low, and it is not friendly. And it's not aimed at Ratliff. Osler takes 2 steps back from the barrel, away from the books, into the open, hands out where every soul in the square can see them. I'd like it on the record that I have not touched that table. Noted. And I'd like it on the record that I put both of those there myself. Also noted, Reuben doesn't help you as much as you think. He doesn't argue. He turns his head deliberately and looks down the south road. You follow the look. A lamp. A second lamp. Well behind where his was. Coming up the middle of the road at an unhurried walking pace, and behind it, indistinct in the last of the dark, the shapes of men walking 2 by 2. Trudy, that's 5. Up on the saloon roof, nothing moves at all, which means Caleb has seen it and is doing exactly what he was told. And I'm getting told about my level 3 level up here. I got 5 experience points for... Oh, no, never mind. I made that up. Level 3, the night's work. 3 witnesses, 2 books, and a town that got there on its own. Has paid out. HP is up to 19, and you have 2 skill points and 1 perk point waiting. We better spend 2. It's got to be 2 skill points on small guns. It's got to be. We're about to be in a gunfight right now. Like right now. Two skill points on small guns. I mean, we might as well go ahead and get jury rigged though, and just max out our repair stuff. Perk. Jury rig. Then what? Stay vigilant. Prepared to speak or to fire. Whatever is necessary. You don't turn to face the road. You keep the book open in your hands and your feet where they are, and you let your coat hang so the 9mm at your hip is where you can get at it. But you wait. The lamp comes into the square. 4 men in a loose double file, rifles slung, not one of them within reach of a trigger. Dang, man, 4. And out in front of them, walking on his own, 5 plus him, right? That's what Sonny said. A broad man in his 50s, in a pre-war suit with a silver mustache, and rings on 4 fingers, hat in his hand, entirely unhurried. This. Here he is, finally revealed. Silas Montgomery, a meticulously crafted Goodsprings mini villain. Silas Montgomery stops well short of the lantern and looks at the crowd, not at Trudy, at the crowd. Reads it left to right, unhurried, the way you'd read a diagram. Then he says loud enough for the back, "Mr. Quill, is your generator running?" Ivor thrown from somewhere in the middle. "It is." "Good. That's the only part of tonight I'm glad about." He hands his hat to the nearest of his men without looking at him, and comes forward 3 steps, alone, leaving all 4 of them standing at the edge of the light. Every undertaking my consortium holds in this town is void as of this moment. Cordry, Trask, Quill, void. Mayor, I'll sign whatever you put in front of me to make that binding, tonight, and in front of these people. A noise goes through the square. It's not the noise you wanted. "Mrs. Trask, I'm told your harvest was 3 days from spoiling. I'll pay you double market on the whole of it, and you can sell it to whoever you please afterward. I don't want the flour. I want the debt gone. I don't want your caps." "No, I didn't think you would." And he lets that hang exactly long enough for 200 people to hear a rich man being refused politely and not arguing about it. Then he turns his head. "Reuben." Osler doesn't move. "You're finished. Not stood down, finished. Your pay settled at the camp, and I'd take it and go before the sun's properly up." "Mr. Montgomery." "Don't." Gentle. Almost sorry. Oh, not threateningly, like I said it. "Don't. I've read the book, son. Same as they have." Which is a lie. He's not been within 40 feet of that barrel. And you're possibly the only person in the square who has. Just watch him tell it. Osler stands there in the open with his hands out, and 11 years going out from under him. And for the first time since you met him, there's nothing polite on his face at all. Montgomery turns back to the crowd, and his face drops into something plain and tired and horribly reasonable. "I employ 91 people. I cannot stand behind every one of them at every hour. And when one of them does a big thing like this in my name, all I can do is cut him off and pay for the damage. That's all. That's the whole of what I've got." "That's a very good speech, Silas." "It's a true one, Trudy. Those aren't opposites, whatever you've decided about me." And then, deliberately, in front of everyone, so that the whole square sees exactly who he's addressing, he looks straight at you. At the bracer first, then at your face. "You're the one who did this. One day off a dead caravan. I don't know your name yet. I'd like to. Sonny hasn't moved. Neither has anything on the saloon roof. 200 people are waiting to hear what you say. And about a third of them have started in the last 90 seconds to wonder whether they've been unfair. When did you read the book? What's my name? When did you read the book? I come from a strange land. How did I fail? Oh man, I rolled a 15. I better fail forward, man. I should have got speech. Now it's really going to come to guns because I didn't get speech. How about that? Now that's, you know, the chicken or the egg. Which, right? When did you read the book? You say it flat into the quiet, and you hold it up so the front rows can see where it is. On the barrel, under the lantern, 40 feet from where he's standing. And he has not taken a step toward it since he came into the square. For a moment, one moment, Silas Montgomery's face does nothing at all. Then, yeah, I knew he was going to say something like this earlier. I knew that when in my mind, I was wondering when he had read the book, and I just immediately consolidated it. He read the book in the past, like 2 days ago, whenever. I've read 11 years of him, friend. Halder Ost has put a ledger in front of me every quarter since I took him on. I read them at my own table with a drink, because a man who works free is the easiest man in the world to be cheated by, and I've never once found a shilling out of place in one. I didn't say I read it tonight, and the square lets him have it. You can hear them let him have it. I would have let him have it. I want to let him have that. A shifting, a breath, the sound of 200 people deciding that was a fair answer, because it was a fair answer, and because he gave it without heat. You were a word away. You can feel exactly how far, but Trudy has her pencil out again. She's writing. Yeah, I was literally 1 point away. And she's writing, and she does not look up when she says it. Every quarter. Every quarter. So, when Ost writes down that he lodged at a north camp 2 miles past my cemetery, you would have read that at your own table with a drink. Montgomery does not answer immediately. That's why I said Trudy had to be the one. It's not long. It's about as long as it takes a careful man to decide which of 2 bad sentences to say. And it is the first pause he's made all night that he didn't choose. And into it, from out in the open ground where he's been standing with nothing left, she played off me. Trudy played off my failure. Not bad. Reuben Osler laughs. The guy who just got fired, he's about to break the shotgun out, dude. This guy's about to go postal after losing his job. That's why they made out the term postal, I think. One sound, short and ugly, and genuinely surprised. Every quarter, 200 heads turn. Reuben. No. That's grand. That is. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. His voice hasn't gone up. It never does. But there's nothing careful left in it. 11 years. I never raised my voice at a single one of them. Never touched a soul. Did it the way you asked for it, to the letter. And you've cut me off in a square in the dark to buy yourself a quiet morning. You'll want to think very carefully about the next thing you say. I've been thinking carefully for 11 years. It's cost me every bit of what I had. He turns his head and he looks at Trudy, not at you. At the mayor, the woman with the pencil. Mayor Bright, if I stood up on that crate, what happens to me after? Behind Montgomery, at the edge of the lantern light. Oh, he wants to be a witness now. Is that it? Behind Montgomery, at the edge of the lantern light, one of the 4 mercenaries has taken his hands off his rifle sling and put them somewhere else entirely. And up on the saloon roof, at last, something moves. Yep. No, Osler wants to step on the crate and have a word, I guess.
Evening.
I don't say nothing. Interesting that evening. Didn't that just come from Trudy? Wasn't that Trudy's voice? Evening. Warn the square about the man with his hands free. I don't get it. One of the 4 mercenaries has taken his hands off his rifle sling and put them somewhere else entirely. Put yourself between Osler and Montgomery's 4. What? Watch his hands. Watch his hands. That's what I say. Watch his hands. I mean, I guess he's doing something with his hands. Put them in his pocket in a weird way. I don't know, holding something weird. I don't know. Just watch his hands, that's all. I didn't say I had determined what he was doing with his hands. That's why I said watch his hands. So maybe someone else could determine. Buddy, I'm feeling rolls all over the place tonight. Oh, that's somebody else's failed roll. Captain Declan silences Osler. Oh, somebody's trying to silence Osler? Oh, man, I get it. One of those 4 guys is trying to shoot him before, or maybe he's just trying to verbally silence him. Let's not read too much into it. Let's see, flashpoint. Take him at the edge of the light. The big one at the back has his hand on a pistol. How did I know that? You point straight at him, arm out, so that every single face in that square swings the same way at the same time. 200 heads, one motion, like wind going over a field. Captain Declan stops with his hand 4 inches from across a draw holster, and the whole town looking at it. Nobody screams. That's the thing about a crowd that came out dressed. They go quiet instead, and the quiet is much worse for the man in the middle of it. Ka-chak. Sunny's rifle comes off her shoulder and into her hands in one economical movement. She does not shout, and she does not aim it at anybody yet. She just holds it, looks at Declan over the top of it, and waits. Go on then. Declan doesn't move. His face doesn't do every. Oh, Sonny. She's tough, man. His face doesn't do very much either. Small, pale eyes, mouth slightly open. A man doing sums with the parts of his brain that aren't fast. 4 inches. 200 witnesses. Scoped rifle at 30 feet. Sonny smiles holding that scoped rifle at that, by the way. And no order given. That's what he's waiting for. You can see it. He's waiting for Montgomery to say the word so that whatever happens next was a thing he was told to do. And Montgomery is standing in the lamplight in his good suit with 200 people watching his mouth. Silence goes on for about 3 seconds, which is an extremely long time. Declan, hands at your sides. Declan's hand comes down slowly. He goes to his side and stays there. And he steps back to the edge of the light with the others. And he looks at nothing at all. And Silas Montgomery stands very still because he was just discovered. Let's see if we got a Captain Declan yet. Oh, Captain Declan, he's a juggernaut looking dude, huh? I didn't pre-generate his portrait. Just his stats. In front of the entire town in the space of 1 order. That the useful part of tonight is over. He can void contracts. He can pay for harvests. He can be sorry about generators. He cannot unhave a square full of people watch his captain reach for a gun while a witness asks the mayor for terms. Trudy lets it hang exactly as long as it deserves. Then she steps up onto the crate herself for the first time all night. Reuben Osler asked me a question and I'll answer it in front of everybody, so nobody has to wonder what was said. You get out of Goodsprings alive and with what you came in with. Nobody touches you tonight, tomorrow, or after. Not from this town, and I'll put my name on that. I can't protect you from the hub. I won't pretend I can. What I can do is write down what you say, sign it, and send copies to every settlement in this circuit, so that if something happens to you on a road somewhere, there's 100 people who already know why. That's what I've got. It's not much. Osler looks at her for a long moment. It's more than he offered. He walks past Montgomery, close enough that he doesn't have to go that way. Right. And he goes that way. And he steps up on the crate in front of the town. And he starts with the Well family at Ferris Crossing, and the pump, and the 16 days. Yeah. This is stuff that Caleb already told us. Behind him, the sky over the smokehouse has gone properly pale. Montgomery watches for about half a minute. Then he collects his hat from the man holding it and turns, walks back down the south road with his four behind him, unhurried, without looking back once. He's not going to stick around to hear what he says, huh? Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, I reached level 4. Nice. 2 skill points to spend and a perk to spend. It held. Goodsprings named. Oh, I got experience because they walked away without combat. That was the quest ending, yeah. Or at least that phase of it. Bet Cordry comes and stands next to you at the edge of it, arms folded, watching the road where the 4 went south. You want feeding. She doesn't look at you when she says it, and she doesn't wait for an answer. That's the closest thing to a decoration this town is going to give you. Behind and above, on the saloon roof, a shape stands up against a sky that has gone the color of a peach. Starts working its way down the barrel stack, stiff, cold through, and coming down at last because Sonny's rifle went back on her shoulder. And your left forearm, the little green display ticks over, patient as ever, and gives you a number 1 hour smaller than the one you woke up to. One hour smaller. It's only been an hour? Oh, it was several hours. I'm going to say that. I think that was several hours. If you want to re-update the bracer timer. I'm pretty sure it was at least several hours, because the sun was still up when I walked out into Goodsprings. Just a little reminder. Just a little reminder. Now I have Okay, I rolled really high for hit points on that one. Nice. I also, can you display my special stats on my character sheet? Also displaying the perks I've chosen. Thanks. I want +2 speech. And I need to know what perks I qualify for. Actually, no. Because, yeah, okay. Because I might now requalify for some kind of charisma perk. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what perks we qualify for. And it's definitely been several hours. That's okay. It must have forgot to keep track of those until the end of the first phase of that quest. Cross-examine. Newly opened by that second point. Oh, in speech. Cool. +4 to any speech check when you're pressing a contradiction. That would have been useful. 2 documents, 2 statements, a statement against a physical fact. And once per scene, you can put a single direct question to someone in front of witnesses. They answer it honestly, or they visibly refuse, and everyone watching sees which they choose. No deflecting. You were 1 point short of this 3 hours ago, standing in front of Silas Montgomery. Yeah, exactly. Or gun nut. Intense training. Yep, for a point. For an extra point. Because there are some really cool tech options that I might end up getting. Okay. Cross-examine is pretty good, though. It really worked just now. Gun nut. Oh, intelligence 6 to 7 opens the tech powers tree permanently. And so, charisma 4 to 6, 2 ranks. Oh, that would be okay. Would move your speech modifier from -3 to -2, and open the local legend line. Yeah, okay. I see. Well, then I could use intense training to get 1 point of intelligence and then 2 points in charisma. And that would be like a big opening of perks for me. There's a secret mechanic if you choose to have 10 luck. You're greatly like handicapping yourself in the other areas if you do that. And so there's this big secret mechanic that happens if you have a 10 luck from creation. Just remember that. If you haven't registered for Freedom RPG yet, the link's in the pinned comment there. It's in the description. Turns scrap into sellable goods. The only perk on this list meaningfully address having 111 caps and 13 days of road. Yeah, true. Probably gonna have to be gun nut, man. Let's go with gun nut for now. Gun nut for now. I mean, for now, what do you mean? You're gonna take it back? But, oh yeah, so that phase is over. So, actually, I think we're just going to call it there, because I think that's a good stopping point. So, alright guys, I hope you enjoyed it. Again, so, register for Freedom RPG for your bonus credits in the pinned comment, but to find this campaign, you're going to have to go to the Discord through the Discord icon. Like this one here. And then go to the shared worlds and you'll see Fallout New Vegas, the aftermath at the top.